Broomfield City Council. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSierro City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. We'll now proceed with tonight's special meeting. The special meeting of the City Council is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo. Hinkle. Here. Jazerski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim. Here. Marsh Holshan.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Councilmember Leslie is joining virtually this evening, and therefore we'll use a roll call vote throughout the meeting. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? All right, are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Our only special meeting item this evening is council's consideration of a formal position on Senate Bill 23-213 regarding land use. I'll ask staff to begin the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. So I'm going to ask Danae Hunzy. Oh my goodness, Danae Hunzy. That's a flashback. Danae Brouillard to join us tonight. She is our Director of Strategic Initiatives and Master of the Universe, who was not only with some of you in DC at NLC, but also tracking some major pieces of legislation as they were moving through. So Danae, please kick us off.
Thank you. Deputy City County Manager Yellman, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As Ms. Yellman just said, Danae Brouillard. Haven't heard my maiden name for a while, so thank you for the throwback before we jump in this evening. Before I start the staff presentation, I did want to just take a moment and recognize there's a bunch of the team here tonight that's been working on this bill diligently for what seems like several weeks, but maybe has only been the last week. And we have Anna Burton-Zeddy, our Community Development Director, Jeff Romine, Economist and Director of Economic Development, Ken Rett, Public Works Director. And then in addition to Deputy Managers Yellman and Davis, we also will have Ruth Aponte here tonight, who's our contract lobbyist. And see if she got here yet. She was driving from the Capitol about 15 minutes ago. So with traffic, hopefully she will be here soon. Tonight's staff presentation will be brief as we want to ensure that council has adequate time this evening prior to the study session to discuss this important topic and consider taking a formal position on Senate Bill 23-213 land use. We'll quickly walk through a summary of the bill, where we are as of today, and then turn it over to council to make that formal decision. Senate Bill 23-213 expands the state authority by imposing a top-down blanket approach to address some of the most complex and challenging issues we are facing, specifically income-aligned housing. If passed, the bill will change fundamental aspects of the land use decisions. As currently written, the bill does not address the need for each community to be able to address the uniqueness of their housing markets, and it denies Coloradans and local government officials the ability to determine what is right for their community. Staff and council have been following this bill, well, before it was even a bill. In January, Broomfield staff joined Mayor Castriota and staff from the governor's office to discuss at that time the highly anticipated land use bill from the governor's office. This was prior to any concepts being shared on paper, and Mayor Castriota was very clear on sharing the work that Broomfield has already done and what we continue to do to address land use, housing, transportation, and while doing it through a sustainable and growing greener lens. For example, accessory dwelling units, repealing the growth ordinance, the inclusionary housing ordinance, and even the housing needs assessment study, which will be covered later this evening. Following that meeting, the governor's office released the policy summary, which identified the key goals of the legislation, which included affordable housing, transportation, and ozone, and that the state needed to take action to address it before we became California. The highly anticipated bill was finally introduced on March 22nd. Council directed staff to review and analyze the bill and to identify staff concerns on the impact of the bill on operations. Staff shared a document outlining the key concerns of the bill with council last week that was also disseminated to the governor's office, the bill sponsors, our state representatives, Senator Winter and Representative Lindstedt, and our various membership organizations, including the Colorado Municipal League, Colorado Counties Acting Together, and Colorado Communities for Climate Action. For the public and those listening tonight, the document that I'm mentioning that outlines the staff concerns, it's linked on this evening's agenda if you do want to reference that document. And that brings us to tonight. Oh, I guess I skipped a thing. And then last Friday, Mayor Castriota requested this special meeting to discuss Senate Bill 23-213. And that brings us to tonight. Earlier this morning, staff has met with representatives from the governor's office. We also met with our elected state representative, Lindstedt, as well as a legislative aide for Senator Winters earlier this morning. Unfortunately, she had multiple committee hearings this morning on bills she's sponsoring and was unable to join. Before we dive into the discussion this evening, we wanted to share the outcomes from these meetings. During the meeting with the governor's staff, Broomfield reiterated the work that we are already doing on these issues and Broomfield's concerns of the bill. We focused on 4 key issues, which have been the same throughout the entire process. The first one being preemption on local control, the second being unfunded mandates, the third being transportation key corridors, specifically Broomfield contributing $13 million annually to RTD and not having service levels that match, and the fourth being the need for clarification and clear definitions. The governor's staff noted that amendments will be coming, and we asked, hoping that they would be able to share them, but they were not available at the time of our meeting this morning. And I did just check, we requested if we could get an email of some concepts shared with us before 5:15 tonight, that would be helpful. And unfortunately, we did not receive those either. They did say that we can expect a summary to be shared with the public prior to the committee hearing on Thursday, and then the amendments would follow. But they did share some key areas where we can anticipate amendments. The first one was the need to clarify the composition and the role of the multi-agency advisory committee, and that local governments must be engaged and represented on that committee. The second was addressing the capacity of DOLA and maybe shifting some of those responsibilities in the bill. The third was clarifying the language around affordability versus DOLA determining the process, so policy versus rulemaking. And the fourth was removing the economic and financial infeasibility language of the bill. During the meeting with Representative Lindstedt and Senator Winter's staff, both conveyed they anticipate substantive changes. So I think we all can, they're all, at least we know something is coming. It is currently in the Senate, so the House has not formally begun their work. Representative Lindstedt mentioned that he's had conversations with many of you, and that his position on the bill has been and continues to be that he would like to see rewards or incentives in the bill for those that are already doing the work, like Broomfield. He is the vice chair for the House committee that will be reviewing the bill once it moves from the Senate, if it moves from the Senate to the House, and he encouraged Broomfield to continue to share and leverage the work that is already being done on the areas, and wanted to remind us that there is a crisis in the state for housing, and this is the reason the bill exists. Senator Winter's staff shared that she believes counties should not be exempt and agrees that it is very top heavy. Additionally, she recognizes that the transportation RTD piece is a definite issue and she is working to address it. Finally, we wanted to share with council the landscape that is shaping up as organizations and municipalities are starting to take positions. This is not meant to be all inclusive. Things are happening as we're having this meeting as well, but we thought it would provide a bigger picture for your conversation tonight. The Colorado Municipal League has taken a position of oppose. The Metro Mayor's Caucus has taken a position of oppose. CCAT has taken amend position, and just so you're aware, they are a consensus -2. So it is very difficult to get a full support. So they are an amend, and CC4CA is also in an amend position. For opposed positions for local jurisdictions, Steamboat, Commerce City, Aurora, Arvada, Westminster, Firestone, and Golden have taken an opposed position. And ironically, tonight, we are also in the boat with Centennial, Castle Rock, and Lone Tree, who are considering the legislation this evening. Before concluding the staff report, I did want to just remind council that per rules, per section 9 of council's rules and procedures, let's see, it is under 9.3 section B2. It does say that a 2/3 majority of the members of the entire council may direct a position of support or opposition. So just for reference for process tonight. And with that, that concludes the staff report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brouillard. We'll now proceed with public comment, starting with in person. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Looks like it's just us, and there's no one online either. So we'll start with council member questions or comments. Who wants to go first? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna actually have a couple of questions / comments, and they really do not address the memo. But there are a couple of things that I've read through this briefly, and maybe someone can answer the question or confirm what I've read. But I've read that it's regarding both the ADUs and I think middle housing, which I think would be a surprise potentially to a lot of our citizens. So with the ADUs, it's my understanding by reading this, that an ADU would be basically allowed by right, regardless of covenants in an HOA.
Correct.
And that's different than what we have right now, which it's my understanding. We do have an, rules code, I guess is the better word. But it allows ADUs, but it would be my understanding that HOA covenants would still be applicable currently, but if this law was passed, not so much.
I'm going to ask Anna Bertanzetti, our Director of Planning, to talk to that a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. That is correct. Under Broomfield's ordinance, accessory dwelling units are permitted use for single family. But if a homeowners association had more restrictive covenants, they would be able to restrict the placement or the addition of an ADU in that neighborhood.
Okay. And same question for I think it was for middle housing. Is that what they're calling it? Where the proposed, this proposed state bill would basically allow a developer to put in a triplex in a single family home community, scrap it, replat it. Is that accurate?
As currently drafted, the bill would allow up to a 6-plex
Okay.
anywhere that a single family residential unit is a permitted use.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I think a majority of our community is HOA related, and I think not everyone. Before I get some of my colleagues over here up in a tizzy, because I'm expecting that already. And I hope you're very cordial about it. But a significant number of our community is HOA, and a lot of the people that live in those HOAs are living there because they want the single family home community, and they want the type of a neighborhood. And I do believe that they would be extremely surprised to find out what's in this bill. So I think that news needs to be put out there. And I think it would be alarming for a lot of our citizens. So that concerns me as a representative of those citizens. So, everything else that you said is great in your memo, but this is something I think that does need to be addressed as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think you just helped to generate some awareness with your statements. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. During the session, are we allowed to ask follow-up questions? Is it sort of like the same thing as we have in our council meetings? So we go through and ask more questions and then.
It's not really, well, we're not passing an ordinance. We're
Right.
taking a vote on a position, so you can do both. It says questions or comments.
Okay, I have some questions right now and I'll ask or have comments later. It sounds like it doesn't sound like it's a lot of money to be fighting over personally. But I'm just curious as to if staff has really addressed how much money are we predicting that we could have access to? And then I'm just trying to understand the balance of rights and responsibilities. I feel like we have a lot of responsibilities and not a lot of rights with this, is what I'm getting the feeling. So what are we looking at as far as price point? Are we getting out of this? And then what kind of staffing are we looking at? Is it worth it? Suppose that's an opinion piece that you probably can't jump into, but I just want to understand the finances of it and what this, it just seems like when we apply for grants on our resettlement task force, we really take into consideration what kind of follow-up we have to do and which grants we go after. And this just seems like a nightmare grant to go after personally. Does staff have any ideas or
So
predictions?
Councilmember Hinkle, I think I'll try to start that and then I see Jeff coming down. So in the overall key concerns that staff identified, one of them was the little detail that's around the $15 million worth of funding that is part of the bill and how that would be distributed. So we don't, to my knowledge, we don't have any extra detail on that. That's part of the issue that we identified. So I don't know that we can answer that question, but Jeff might have a little bit more insight.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So the bill as currently written is talking about $15 million. That's to provide technical assistance. What we don't know from the bill is whether that money will be going to DOLA and DOLA will use it for their internal expenses, or whether some of that might be passed on to local governments. If so, just a rough number, just to give you that sense, is if that were allocated on a per capita basis, it'd be a little less than $200,000. So as far as all of the requirements of it, there's no funding for anything in it other than the technical assistance is the way it's written right now. Does that answer your question?
Maybe if I can
Go
add, and I apologize if he just said this and I just didn't hear it while I was checking with Ruth. But at the very end of the bill, there's an appropriations clause that says the 15 million, but there's not a fiscal note associated to the bill yet that we've seen. So we know that that's the set earmarked amount, but how that's going to be distributed is not clear yet.
Okay, thank you. I'll probably add comments later, but that's just sort of my main questions there for right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I kind of want to start with a statement, but I'm trying to ask some questions first. And it's
Do it
be
either
clear,
way.
I definitely oppose this bill. I've opposed it from the beginning. The losing of the local control is of great concern. I represent tons of, most of my community members in Ward 4 are in HOAs, and that losing of those rights this is, in my opinion, ridiculous. I just want to say this for the record, this feels like a sledgehammer coming down on Broomfield. It's been used against me in the past, and I'm going to use it right back at some of the people doing this to us. This is not the right tool for what needs to be done here. So here's my first question. I think this leads into what we foresee as being a better alternative to this is, has the state done any type of study to understand the housing needs across the state? And the follow-up one is, have they even looked at the studies Broomfield has done, other municipalities, what we have underway, the things we've been doing? Do you have answers to those questions? Because they really need to start with the study.
I really want to see Jeff run back down to the podium. So I was stalling just so he'd run. Sorry, Jeff.
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So the state did roughly 2 years ago set up a task force where they did a statewide housing study and an analysis. So they do have that as part of the work that they did prior. We do not know if they've ever looked at the Broomfield housing needs assessment or any other communities at this point. The assumption would be that at some point they would, but we don't know enough about that at this point because it just calls for assessments to be done. We don't know if they even allow us to utilize the one we're in the process of.
Okay, that's super helpful. So they really don't understand the lay of the land, the landscape, but they've already decided that we can put 6 plexes into our single family housing units. So I guess that's my only question. I'd love to hear I know that a couple of council members up here have been paying much greater details to this than I have been, and I look forward to their questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have comments too, but I'll have questions right now. Do we know how this will impact areas such as PUDs and undeveloped areas?
Ms. Burton Zeddy.
Thank you again, Mayor, City Council. So as currently drafted, there are some exemptions, so it would not apply to areas that are agricultural. For example, it also is not applicable to undeveloped areas of the city that do not have utilities services already provided. It is applicable to anywhere that single family is a use by right. And there seems to be one of the things that we've pointed out in our comments is that clarification is needed regarding how it would be handled with the PUD plans, since it seems to allude to the fact that it would be applicable to PUD zoned areas as well.
Okay. And if we wanted to take an area, for example, as part of first filing and designate it a historical area, because I know they currently have an overlay. If we wanted to do a historical district, would that supersede this?
The language that is currently in the bill references the historic designations and needing to be, so if someone were to replace a single family home with a sixplex, for example, it would need to meet the same design requirements as are applicable to the single family home, but it wouldn't necessarily fully exempt that entire historic area from being able to be utilized under the bill as it's written. But it's a good question in an area that clarification is likely needed.
Okay. And then on that, along our housing, our inclusionary housing ordinance, does this supersede like deed restrictions that are already in place?
Right, understanding the question. So if a property has a deed restriction, could that home with the deed restriction be redeveloped? I don't know that we've looked into that. So I don't think that would be possible, but we can look into that.
Okay. And I'm assuming that it sounded like it has to be uniform throughout. We can't make it more restrictive. So for example, we can't say that if they're going to build a triplex on the property, they have to be owner occupied or for sale or anything like that.
Correct. Under the rules of the bill as it's written, it states that any rules that are applicable to the middle housing option must also be the same rules that are applicable to single family. So if there are owner occupancy rules, you couldn't apply something different to a middle housing option that isn't applicable to the single family.
And then just for my general information, I don't know if you know this information, maybe Jeff might. Do we know how much it would cost a developer to tear down an existing home and rebuild, like say a triplex? I mean, I guess is it going to be economical for them to do that?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I'm not sure if Jeff would be able to either.
I guess my thought is that, Broomfield, we're already doing a lot of these things, and other places like Boulder and other communities that don't. It seems to me like the developers would be more interested in going after those communities currently, in the short term at least, building more there. So I guess, I don't know, just a thought. So, okay, that's all I have right now. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I just have a few questions for now. I appreciated in the staff memo, the information or the emphasis, I should say, on the problems that would occur in the city if single family homes were torn down and sixplexes were put up is regarding the infrastructure that might not be in place in that area to provide that increased density. Then there's another layer that the staff memo didn't address, and I wondered if you had thought about this or how this would get into the complex mix. What about metro districts? I mean, if you tore down a property that's in a metro district, would the metro district somehow become partly responsible for the infrastructure, or could the metro district take any of their costs for the increased density and pass it on to homeowners who are already in that metro district?
And I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Jeff Romine with the City and County of Broomfield Economic Vitality. Oh. And then interesting question as you think about it. So the first off is Metro districts have service plans, which come forward, and we oftentimes comment those. So even the revised ones, when they come forward, come to city council oftentimes. So an increased level of infrastructure required because of the increased density may trigger a few things, but underlying that would be what we were thinking more about was the increased water or piping demands that might be occurring in a historic area, and that level of density. In the newer parts of the community, we have seen cases where coming in with residential where it was commercial may cause a change in the infrastructure requirements. But to your point, we can look further into how that would apply to the metro districts, especially in the northern parts of the community.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, was there any more specificity from the governor's staff about how they're going to amend the financially infeasible problem?
So I would just say, when we were on the call today, the answer was they wanted to address that. And there was conversation about a possible amendment for that to be removed. But I'm looking at Danae to make sure that and verify that. I got to pull up my notes, Danae, but I think that's right.
Yeah, let me pull up my notes as well, but that's how I remember it. It was to remove that clause. There wasn't any other information provided. And looking at Ruth too, we all have the same notes yet to remove. And that was, there wasn't any additional details.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted probably ask Jeff, but in context, Proposition 123, I think it was, which took a different approach, isn't in effect yet, but promised 10,000 additional units of affordable housing versus what's being proposed now. How do you see these working together, or is this the state's attempt to control the money that's being carved out of their budget thanks to Prop 123?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So I actually just spent 2 hours on 123 right before coming down here with the OEDIT and CHAFA folks. So there is some complementary characteristics of it. So that is bringing, if you will, the carrot. There are some requirements and some uniqueness to each of those programs as they're coming forward. This particular bill that we're talking about this evening refers to income-aligned housing or affordable housing in a couple of places, but it's not as detailed nor as definitive on what is that is a primary goal of here. This is really about bringing a market solution to increase housing development, both middle housing as they refer to it in the bill, but just more broadly to bring additional supply to the marketplace. To your reference, the voter initiative or the initiative 123 really brings additional resources to encourage the development of additional income-aligned housing. So they're not quite connected, but they would likely complement each other in some ways.
It sounded like 123 provides money for land grants and nonprofits and basically ways to get money to buy land and to build stuff.
And also unit preservation, unit development. So it's more complete.
This sounds like, and maybe this is a oversimplification, is focused on infill.
Infill, increased density, but specifically around increased housing supply.
Right, but through infill mostly which is an extremely slower way to build more housing than to build housing units as developments on available land.
You are correct.
Fair to say. Thank you. I'm just, that's when reading this bill, trying to understand how much housing would actually build. And it seems like very little over a long stretch of time. So why are we doing it? But I'm also curious because I know mighty Broomfield is the smallest county and newest county, yet the fastest growing county, but us crying about local control may not move many minds. But I don't know if we can provide some experience and that this is really difficult. And without the carrot, as Jeff mentioned, there's not going to be much movement. And this bill seems to lack a carrot, or other than tearing apart HOA rules. And I live in an HOA. I know nothing gets people's blood pressure higher than talking about snow removal and the rentals in this down the street. So that's my comment for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie? You're muted, Councilmember.
There we go. Thank you. Mayor, you've been more actively engaged with other mayors and other representatives, including our Senate and House representatives. Would you mind just sharing a little bit about your engagement and what others are saying about this bill? I'm afraid we're getting caught up in a little bit of the minutia here when the bigger picture here is taking away our ability to make our own decisions for our own constituents. But you've been very, very active here. Would you mind sharing a little bit about your insights into this and what others are saying?
Of course, and I appreciate the question. I have been in a lot of meetings and mainly with the Metro Mayors Caucus, which is comprised of 39 Denver area Metro mayors. And we're recommending an opposed position because land use is just one piece of the solution to meeting our affordable housing needs. And while we support many of the concepts advanced in the bill, like TOD, ADUs, miss-limiting housing, we have serious concerns about the top-down process through which they are applied. Moreover, we don't believe that there are necessary safeguards to ensure that the resulting development will be affordable. The state's funding sources have been oversubscribed and under-resourced for decades. With the passage of Proposition 123, legislative authorization of the Middle Income Housing Authority, and thoughtful investment of one-time federal dollars, municipalities now have unparalleled investment opportunities. Municipalities deserve the opportunity to access and deploy these funding resources and complete the process streamlining required under the existing statute. The caucus is also concerned that rather than accelerating progress, SB 23-213 will undermine the good work already being done in many cities. We represent half the state's population with 2.6 million residents, 14 cities comprising 1.8 million residents, and nearly 70% of the caucus population are already working or have recently completed a housing needs assessment. Assessments are costly and time-consuming, yet critical to understanding the needs we're trying to meet. All urbanized cities and counties should be given a timeline and resources to complete a housing needs assessment first. Counties have been excluded from the requirements of this bill, but are also home to hundreds of thousands of Coloradans. A comprehensive understanding of housing needs and where existing zoning, infrastructure, and context supports or precludes development is critical to addressing the needs in a way that respects community character and makes space for new residents. In this vein, the caucus believes it is counterproductive to overlay all single-family zoning with multiplex zoning without first examining where there is the capacity to adequately serve it with water, wastewater, transit, etc. Given the opportunity to respond in a thoughtful and deliberate manner, most local governments would rise to the occasion. Model codes that draw on the expertise of local government officials would be welcome and particularly beneficial for our smaller members. To ensure a collaborative approach, local government officials must also be members of the Multi-Agency Advisory Committee, which it's just so vague. While we cannot support Senate Bill 213, we believe there is much that can be done to advance affordable housing. We would support state and local partnerships, real partnerships, to offset infrastructure costs, lower insurance premiums for condo developments, fund fast, frequent, and reliable transit service on key corridors, help cities apply for grants and technical assistance, and finance deed-restricted ADUs. If our legislative and executive leadership seeks partners in putting forth a collaborative agenda to address our affordable housing challenges, they will find us an enthusiastic partner. The Metro Mayors Caucus thanks the governor and the legislature for engaging on this critical issue and appreciates the work to address the crisis. We look forward to continuing the conversation with the state on meaningful solutions. And that is the statement that is going out from Metro Mayors Caucus. The process by which this legislation was unveiled was the opposite of inclusionary. It was exclusionary by design. It did not truly create partnerships or a collaborative environment. And that's why you're seeing so many, well, every city say, hey, you know, we're the most impacted stakeholders here. Where's our voice? So thank you, Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you. Is it appropriate for me to make a motion that the council oppose this bill?
We'll get to that. We're gonna still take questions and comments from council members, but thank
Okay.
you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that.
Sure.
Any other council member comments or questions? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions regarding infrastructure. How vastly different is infrastructure that's in place already for single-family homes versus areas more or less designed or have been built out for multifamily?
So we're all looking at Director of Public Works, Ken Rutt. Thank you, Ken.
Good evening, Ken Rutt, Director of Public Works, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Appreciate the opportunity tonight. Basically, what we try to do with water and wastewater is to design and build those to serve the population that's expected there. You don't want to oversize it or undersize it, because both have can cause different problems. So if you oversize a system, on a wastewater side, for example, you would increase the amount of odors, the amount of hydrogen sulfide being generated, which causes additional damage and cost for maintenance and replacement. On the water side of things, water quality issues become a concern, such as being able to maintain the chlorine residual levels and be able to provide water that it meets all the health department requirements. So if it's oversized, the water stays in there too long and begins to what we call old water, and the chlorine starts to dissipate.
Thank you. With this, this bill is going to pass. It's just how much of this will actually pass is what is of great concern right now for some people. What is the anticipated change in single family residential to more duplex, triplex, other plexes? I know they mentioned in the bill, Oregon, specifically the Portland area, had made, I guess, similar changes to what's proposed in this bill, and they didn't note that there was a significant change in use for the area.
Mayor, City Council, I think it's a little difficult for us to predict that with any certainty. It's not something we've been looking at for our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. We have had a few come through, but certainly not inundated with requests for ADUs. So I don't think that that section of the bill would have any changes for us. But in terms of the middle housing, it's hard to determine whether investors would take advantage of this opportunity, whether individual homeowners throughout the city in certain areas would find that opportunity. It's difficult for us to anticipate the speed at which we could see changes or where those changes might be occurring because it's all across the city. It's not directed to one particular area where we could focus in on.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I have is, with the increased density, which I love, how much when, let's say someone does want to tear down a single family home and put a sixplex up there, how much are we able to really recuperate the cost to increase the infrastructure necessary to support that with changes in permitting fees and application fees and water tap fees, et cetera?
In terms of a single family home being converted to a sixplex, I'm not sure that we have a lot of great examples, but we do know that for each residential development that occurs, each unit, it does cost the city more in services than there is in revenue for the unit. One of the challenges with the bill as written is that financially infeasible clause, which, as we've pointed out, is a concern because we're not sure. Usually with Broomfield's development, we would have a developer come through and do utility studies, and anything that's required in order to provide services for that new development would be on the developer to do. As written, because it could make the project financially infeasible. It's not clear whether that responsibility would then also fall to Broomfield. So as written, it's difficult for us to determine.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll just start off with my comments. So 90 to 95% of this bill I support. When it first came out and I read it on the lovely plane ride over to Washington, DC and annotated the whole thing. I did note that language in there, financially infeasible, was very broad because I took that to mean it had implications to our inclusionary housing ordinance, anything related to sustainability. And like Ms. Burton-Zetti mentioned, studies and whatnot required to determine what needs to be increased from an infrastructure perspective to support the development. If they're going to actually strike that language from the bill, I'd be very, very excited about that. And then I just had some other more minor language changes, like why is bus rapid transit stations not included with transit-oriented developments? They strictly relate that only to rail stations. And like I've always pointed out, we do not support public transit financially the way we need to be, or what is conducive to make this really a true transit-oriented development or even transit corridors. And I'm very upset that the bill does not include language to increase that kind of funding. It does not eliminate the 1981 law that prohibits us from requiring affordable units, just outright requiring it. But otherwise, for the most part, I support the bill. We need increased density. It helps with greenhouse gas emissions just from the home itself, energy costs, walkability, bikeability. It supports better transit, and transit's right now kind of a chicken and egg thing. If there's not enough people, they're not going to bring you the transit, but you don't have the transit, how are you going to get the people to? So someone has to kind of bite the bullet and go for it. But those are all my comments for the time being, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Did anyone else want to make comments that didn't get a chance to? Are you okay? All right, Councilmember Delgadillo, and then I'll go to you.
Alrighty, so I do have one question. This is kind of a tricky hypothetical, is how much money would Broomfield actually need to make the infrastructure changes to make this bill feasible? Because any guesses?
So as much as I appreciate that comment personally, because that's where I'm stuck, is just, again, good intentions, right? But there is some significant costs that can come with this. We just can't answer that question.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate the, even the non-answer is definitely helpful here. So I guess I can kind of go into my comment, which is really my big sticking point here is this needs amendment and we need more funding. I am also in favor of density. However, if we're going to make these changes to make this feasible, we need more money. We can't just expect the private market to make this a reality. I don't think that's generally how things work, and we've seen that. The other thing is, generally with that in mind, some protections against private interests, right? Having some ability to decline if someone's going to shove, they have affordable housing, but they're going to shove it away from all the great amenities that were being developed. I don't think that would be fair. And I think we would want some recourse to be able to advocate for that. But I am similarly, most of this is fine, but we can't have affordable housing without money to actually make this a reality. Thank you.
Great point. Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been in conversation since December on this bill and, or at least with the idea of this bill. I never saw anything written, no written text until the end of March. The governor has said there were many meetings with stakeholders, and I was definitely part of some of those meetings with my colleagues from CCAT. I think that when we look at this bill, we have to first identify what the problem is. The problem is that Colorado is experiencing a severe housing crisis, in part because there is not enough homes to meet demand. I think that we can all agree on that. This shortage contributes to the rise in housing costs, forces low-income Coloradoans out of their homes, makes it difficult for businesses to find workers, and leads to urban sprawl and environmental degradation. I think that we would all agree that that is the problem that we're trying to solve. The goals of this are, of course, increase housing choice and attainability, expand affordable housing options for a range of income levels, ages, and abilities, prevent gentrification and displacement in low-income communities, and advance racial disability and economic justice, reduce car dependence and transportation pollution, promote smart growth and climate-friendly, water-efficient development patterns, and foster collaboration between state, regional, and local governments to solve the housing and climate crisis. I think that we would all look at those goals and say these are definitely goals that we appreciate. These are goals that we continue to push for in Broomfield. I think that, you know, where we get to the issue is what the proposal is to achieve that goal and to solve that problem. And I think that that's where the meat of the bill comes in, and the proposal removes the ability for local governments to direct growth and development to areas where infrastructure and services are available, or at least can be planned for. And I think that that's a sticking point for me with this bill, is that that it comes over top of what Broomfield is intending. And I would say that Broomfield has continued to do a great job. It's a top-down process led and informed by 4 state agencies without local or regional voices or collaboration. And that is an issue. That is not understanding what the local issues are within the communities that are dealing with the local land use issues, and providing and kind of usurping that voice. And of course, it does not provide for opportunities for public engagement and input on changes that will impact these local neighborhoods. And I think that that is an issue. I think the Broomfield continues to be inclusive and transparent within our decision-making. And this would remove that. I think for a lot of communities, they look at the support of this bill and say, we would like this because then our communities can't tell us no. And I don't think that we want that in Broomfield. I think that we want the ability for us to have a dialogue with our community about our developments that we have. As someone once told me before I was on council, developments are the most important decision and most impactful decision that you will make on council. Once that decision is made, that decision stays in place forever. You can't redo that decision. Unlike an ordinance or a resolution, those can be redone. So these are very important decisions, and these have local impacts. I guess, assuming this bill in some way will pass, my question to our staff and to our lobby team would be, can we live with the framework of this bill? And the framework of this bill is, you know, assuming the targets of the bill, so this is going to affect municipalities, urban municipalities, and rural resort communities. This bill is going to target transportation corridors. That this bill is looking at strategic growth. It is looking at the places for ADUs, middle housing, which is, you know, code for upzoning of single family, transit-oriented communities, key corridors, and that all is premised on the fact that this is a process that is going to be led through rulemaking and through DOLA process. So can we live with that framework, or is this something, or is there something fundamentally wrong with that framework? So I don't know if staff or our lobby team can answer that question.
So I'm looking at Danae. We're trying to be really mindful as a staff that we're giving you as much factual information based on what we know with the bill right now. So I'm a little hesitant to answer that question, Councilmember Schaaf, just because this is so nebulous. It's moving so fast. There's amendments. The bottom line is, I think, and frankly, Nancy and I and Danae have been talking about this with the team. If this passes, we have to live with it. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's why we feel like we have to be at the table, at least voicing the concerns, which is the efforts we've been making. But I think it's up to council to decide from a policy perspective, is this bill the right bill for Broomfield?
And I thank you for that. I think that, when I look at that framework of the bill, I think that, from what I've heard, a lot of these amendments are going to be outside of that framework. The framework sticks, but a lot of the meat on that framework is what these amendments are going to be targeted at. I would say that I have an issue with that framework. That framework, really messes Broomfield up. And I think the direction that we are heading is in the direction of the goals. It's in the direction of solving that problem. But I don't think that this bill helps us move forward in a positive way that we can actually achieve those goals and solve that problem. So I think that one of the questions that I have, and I have 18 seconds, so I'll get this out as quickly as I can, that I think that our council and staff needs to think about is, or what does Broomfield need from the state to better build housing for our community and our region? And will we get some of that with this bill without compromising our local land use decision making? So again, I don't intend for staff to answer that tonight, but I think that's a question that we have to chew on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. So I just have a couple of questions too, because this is being sold as a way to streamline development. But the way I'm seeing it is that it requires a lot more reporting up and approval processes through another third party in addition to our own approval processes. So can I get staff's opinion on if they really think this proposal will streamline our affordable housing efforts?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. A lot of our focus on affordable housing has been our inclusionary housing ordinance. It's already been mentioned, but I'll reiterate again that with this middle housing and the key corridors in this bill, there is that clause that we're hoping is struck regarding the financially infeasible that would potentially not be consistent with our intent to try to get additional inclusionary housing, and in that way is not streamlining our pipeline for affordable housing. Is it streamlining potential redevelopment in existing single family areas, potentially for someone who is looking to redevelop portions of a neighborhood? That has not been something that we have been moving towards. But that would be a streamlined process for them, since they would be able to have a permitted use for up to a sixplex in areas that there are single family. So in that way, there would be a streamlining of some processes, but not necessarily getting at a pipeline for affordable housing the way that we have been approaching it.
Would this remove the public process and the transparency and inclusion of letting the residents actually have a say in how their neighborhoods are going to be, reconfigured?
Yes, in many instances, there is not a public engagement. It needs to be fully objectives, and a public process cannot be included with the single family middle housing key corridor areas.
And with them wanting to override HOA covenants, how do the special district associations feel about this?
I don't know that we've heard from those. Danae may be able to answer that.
Did have an email about this. Just give me 1 second
Okay.
to pull it up so I don't misspeak.
While you're looking at that, here's another one. We just passed an EV charging station mandate in new development, but this draft makes it so that we can't require parking for new multifamily. And yes, we know Broomfield is not a walkable suburban community right now, only small parts of it. So how would that interact with our EV charging station mandate and our sustainability efforts if there's no place for people to charge their cars? Take your time, Danae.
I'll take that question first. And I think we did include this in our keys as well, because a lot of the charging for electric vehicles does occur where people live. And it's important to be able to have parking in close proximity with electric vehicle charging. But under this bill, because it does not require any parking, developers would not be required under this bill then to provide electric vehicle charging stations for these new residential units.
Okay, well, that's not helpful. I mean, your comment was, but that takes us backwards again. And lastly, what kind of a staff lift in terms of redoing all of the things we've already done with housing needs and planning and zoning to start all over again, do it per somebody else's whims? What kind of time and resources and money is that going to look like?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure, but it is going to be significant time.
I thought so. Thank you. And Danae?
Yeah, I'll go back. My question was much easier. And I wanted to just take a moment and say that Ruth Aponte has joined us from the Ponte Busam team. And I want to give her huge kudos because she anticipated that the special district feedback was important and got this information earlier today, I guess.
Thank you, Ms.
So,
Aponte.
yes. So in sum, we reached out to the Director of Policy for Special District Association of Colorado, and they said that they do not believe that this bill is the answer to the problem presented. As many of you know, special districts do not have land use or zoning powers, but they rely on the wisdom of the local governments. So they maintain a local control first position.
Thank you. All right, so we will, and I do want to thank staff again because you guys devoted a lot of time last week doing a deep dive to really, drill down on the specific impacts to Broomfield. And it was appreciated by many of my mayoral colleagues who didn't have the time or the bandwidth. So thank you to each and every one of you who all hands on deck were able to tackle this draft that we were not shown prior, even though it was a year in the making. So we'll go to our second round comments with Councilmember Marshall Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. I have significant problems with this bill. Everything has been said already. I mean, there's just so much in this bill that is problematic. I intend to testify on Thursday. I was planning on testifying on the financially infeasible section of it and how we've already talked about all the issues that are with that. I do agree with the density. I mean, a lot of the stuff is stuff we're already doing. So I do support it in practicality or in principle, but there is a lot in this bill that is very problematic. But as a practical matter and as a political matter, I do not think that an opposed position is the right position right now. I think an amend position would be better. I think if I've learned one thing over the last year being on the CML Policy Committee, it's that it's a stronger position. If you want to get amendments done, something changed, it's a stronger position to take an amend position. This is going to pass in some form. And we have to get the best possible outcome that we can get. And I do think that an amend position right now is the best course of action. I do think that if, I had drinks with William, Representative Lindstedt about this, and he pointed out that he does believe there's going to be significant amendments to this bill. And so if we take an amend position now and then maybe down the road when it gets to the floor of the respective houses, we take an opposed position if it hasn't changed significantly. That's kind of where I'm at right now. But I welcome all your other feedback. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if we were to add amendments to it, we'd probably be here for months because considering how long this bill is in the first place. Here's where I kind of stand. I feel like we need to tell the powers that be, let us prove to you who we are. There's nothing like when I used to teach high school, I would teach all the kids at once, right? I would teach biology. And if I would say, I really have to hone in on these kids that really need to learn more, that's great. I can help them, but I'm not going to hold back my advanced kids. Broomfield, we're the advanced kids. I'll be honest. I feel we're getting there. We haven't been in the past, but we have a lot of plans set in place, and it almost feels like we've gained all this momentum in our housing ordinances, and we are going to reassess these a lot quicker than we previously thought too. And with our housing needs assessment coming up here in June, I feel like Happy Gilmore just did a face plant as he was trying to hit the golf ball. I really feel like we have a ton of momentum here in Broomfield. And I just don't want to lose the advanced kids who are saying, hey, don't punish us for all this work that we've done. So let us prove to you what we're already doing and give us an exemption. So that, I guess if you're going to do an amendment, give us the exemption. I feel like we have a lot of rights and very little responsibilities. For instance, we've already done a lot of work on ADUs. I worry a lot about losing control over our codes. It looks like I was reading through there and it seems like we're losing a lot of control over our own codes. We have different soil systems here. We have different things here in Broomfield that we have to do differently than other places. So I'm really concerned about that. I'm also very concerned about loss of commercial and mixed use zoning. And that lack of public input, holy smokes. I mean, if you really want to get recalled, there you go. That would be a factual recall event in that order. You know, we have to listen to the people, and this isn't really listening to the people. So I'm a hard no and not support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one more question that came to mind as I was listening to my colleagues. So Ms. Burton-Zenni, I'm going to make sure you get your steps in for today. How would this bill passing change certain neighborhoods that, like Skystone, for example, is a 55+ community? Would this bill override that ability for us to require that only residents who are 55+ reside within that area?
Thank you for the question, council member. I do not believe that would be able to override it. If the neighborhood was eligible for additional density under this bill, which I do not believe Skystone is, because I think it might be in the higher risk WUI area. But if it was eligible or portions of it, they would be able to densify the neighborhood, add 6 plexes, but would still need to be age restricted.
Okay, thank you. I think the only other comments that I really want to make in regard to this is I would support the amend position. As I've said, there are a few amendments that I wish and I hope to see come forward. And I don't think taking an opposed position will get us very far other than us complaining. And quite honestly, a lot of the cities in the metro region have not done enough work and don't want to do the work. And unfortunately, the state now has decided, whether that's good or bad, all depends on your perspective, that it's time for them to step in and make uniform changes. So that way, those that don't want to participate, Golden, Boulder, Lakewood, are going to be required to. And unfortunately, that's going to hurt us a little bit to quite a bit, depending on your perspective. And I think all we can do is really try and amend it so it's a pill. It'll be a hard pill to swallow, but it'll be something we can swallow, or at least be able to swallow, I should say.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I was on a CC4CA subcommittee since January, which looked ahead at, without knowing what was in the bill, looked at the possible impacts to local governments, since CC4CA is a local government organization with an environmental focus. So we knew it was coming and anticipated that there were going to be a lot of problems with it. I don't appreciate the fact that the administration chose to introduce this in the last 6 weeks of the legislative session. I think it's disingenuous to say they're interested at this point in amendments. It's impossible at this point to think that you're going to get this right with amendments in 6 weeks, in my opinion. If the governor was actually interested in stakeholder input, he would have involved more people. That administration would have involved more stakeholders from the beginning in the past year, as Mayor Castriota alluded to, and they would have introduced it sooner in the legislative process. I have problems with the framework. The framework does not have clear goals of affordability and truly the whole scope of environmental impact. And I have concerns about the displacement options that are not defined. And if our seniors in first filing in that area are actually going to find their homes scraped and find themselves without housing. So those are my concerns, and that is why I think I will be opposed to this bill.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
I very much appreciate that. It was better than what I can say, but so here's my thought. I mean, unless staff can right now say that there is a 1 or 2 specific amendments that would just save the day other than exempting Broomfield from this. The only one I can think of is to exempt anyone who's a city and a county. But short of that, I mean, is there, I guess, give staff an opportunity to respond. Is there a specific amendment that would save us that we would so want to be at the table trying to run a very specific amendment other than, and just to try to, give a little extra funding while we're giving up our local control?
So I would say based on the conversations that we've had over the past week and a half, not one single amendment would do it.
Okay, so it would become a complex situation of trying to amend it. Okay, that's all I need to know. So here's my thought. I have heard multiple times that say, oh, this is going to pass and we just need to do something to make it better. And at the same meeting now here, I'm hearing, our mayor talk about the Metro Mayor's Caucus representing over half the population, along with, you also have CML and we have multiple cities and other organizations are trying to amend it to be better. So got an awful lot of elected officials out there that should be representing, that are hearing from their communities and saying, this is not good for us. This is not the right way. So I hope they're listening. And I hope those who are representing Broomfield are listening to our concerns. And I hope those who are representing these other 39 organizations, the Metro Mayor's Caucus and all these others, that they're actually listening and they don't have to vote for it just because it was proposed by the governor. I mean, they can say this is not what's best for our communities and they can reject it. So I am fully in an opposed supporting position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say at the outset, I opposed the bill because I frankly don't think it'll work. I don't see it actually producing much in the way of affordable housing in any length of time. I would say on 2 points. One, we should oppose it on the principle of local control. This community fought like hell for local control when it came to oil and gas, and we shouldn't just throw it overboard on the issue of affordable housing. Local control is important. And while density is important, talk to people who have invested in single family homes and single family neighbors and watched sixplexes and fourplexes come in against their wishes. You're just going to create strife and neighbors that are not cohesive. There are other ways of doing that. And to I think Councilmember Marsh-Holson's and Councilmember Ward's points about amendments, there are communities that aren't doing much. I work in Denver. I see areas, arterials where there could be dense development, but the city really fights against anything above 3 stories. And if you look in more communities like Seattle and other urban areas that are a little ahead of us, you see 8-story buildings being put up to us to address the density issue. That's where Denver needs to go, quite frankly. And they've been resistant. The other issue people won't talk about in Denver, their permitting process is broken. It can take well over a year to get one home developed. I know people who've put in permit requests to do a garage and it's 8-9 months later and they haven't even got a response. So the idea that Denver is going to be able to respond to this quickly, let alone DOLA, I think we can foresee a lot of dithering before anything comes along. So I think we should oppose it outright because local control is important. I think we should advise our local representatives to fight for us to Councilmember Henkel's point, not to punish those who have done this work already. And I've mentioned this to Councilmember Lindstedt. Broomfield has an ADU ordinance. Broomfield has an inclusive housing ordinance, and I'll wrap up real quickly. Broomfield has a housing authority. We're building affordable housing. And I think counties are exempt, but cities that have met a certain standard should be exempted at the very least. if they need to address other communities that have done nothing, and that's true, there are some focus on that. And to Councilmember Anderson's point, Prop 123 hasn't even been implemented. Let's give it another year and look at this again next year.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you to staff for your work on this bill. Thank you to my colleagues for your deep dive into this bill and for the conversation tonight. Looking at, what Broomfield needs. So, I think that Broomfield, I think that while other communities need to do more, I think that there's statements of that. I don't think that I understand the unique issues those communities face like I do the issues that affect Broomfield. I think that other communities could take some best practices for Broomfield, just as I know that Broomfield takes best practices from other communities. I think that is that collaboration and that regional work that we do. I think that we need to add density to transportation corridors, especially those that are funded with transit. That we need regional and state housing assessments. Those are great tools that would benefit Broomfield. That we need to build density. I think that that's a shared goal by many of my colleagues as well as staff and many of our in our community. And especially when that density is done in transportation corridors and with transit-oriented communities. I think that, one of the issues that the state is looking at is removing the restrictions on housing affordability, especially streamlining manufactured housing. And I think that is one of those areas that the state can control and should continue to do. But I think that where this bill gets in the way is the framework of this bill. All of a sudden, we compromise our local land use decision making. And that is the crux, just as Councilmember Cohen said, that is that local control. And it's not just local control just because we want it, but it's because this is the way in which we as a local community process our decisions. So I think that, the idea has been stated that we need to stay at the table but with an amend position. But the problem is that we do have one amendment, which would be to exempt Broomfield from the bill. I don't think that bill sponsors or the governor would go for that. So I think that the opposed position as written is the appropriate stance to take. And I think that those that are worried about not staying at the table and not having words, I think there are groups right now that have the opposed position that are getting attention. And I think that those communities and those groups still have conversations with the governor and with the bill sponsors. And I think that we can take that same opposed position and still have conversations on this bill. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Leslie. Any final
Thank you, Mayor.
comments?
Thank you. Yes. My recommendation is two parts. One, that we reject the bill. And number two, that we recommend the governor and the Senate leadership start from scratch, spend a year talking with the municipalities across the state and come up with a bill that actually will work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other last second round comments? Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you. These are great comments by all my colleagues, both pro and against this bill. I think I learned a lot. I'm just briefly, my major concern still is just the effects on our single family home neighborhoods. I think that's huge. People bought into the neighborhoods in Broomfield with certain expectations. This bill can significantly twist those expectations. I think that's a huge problem. So unless those things get addressed, it will be a hard no on this bill.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I recognize the infeasibility of amending from the floor. However, ultimately, that would best characterize my position is to have better amendments to this bill. One thing I do want to be very clear on is that if you say you're for affordable housing, but aren't willing to actually put funding behind it, then you're not really for affordable housing. Like that is not reality. So that's really my strong sticking point here is that clearly this would be expensive for the folks who would need to do this work. And if we have a lot of things we need to change without actual funding, that's just a pipe dream. That's not reflective of reality. And then also, I would appreciate having our ability to have stricter requirements. So for instance, for the EV item, even if parking's not required, say that if there is voluntary parking, there would need to be at least a few EV chargers. So there is precedent for having stricter requirements because they would technically meet the requirements that exist. But that's where I stand for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And my final comments. I appreciate the goals that this legislation is trying to address. I understand that housing is a hugely important issue for our community and the entire state. And that is why our city council has identified housing affordability as a top priority since 2015, when Miss Sharon Tessier came to town and started uttering those two words, affordable housing. And we've come a long way and made great progress in the last few years. Senate Bill 213 requires a convoluted state approval process that does anything but streamline a housing development. I share our staff's great concerns about the bill's unprecedented preemption of home rule authority. I think removing the local input from land use decisions would be a step in the wrong direction for our state. I'm also concerned that the extra layers of bureaucracy and regulations that passage of this legislation would mean would potentially restrict development of new housing instead of encouraging it. I know that much has been said about housing being a statewide concern, but much of the state is not covered by the legislation since counties and unincorporated areas are exempt. Residents should be very concerned about this legislation, which allows zoning by right, meaning property owners can build whatever they want on their property. Overriding HOA covenants, which means the protections that you invested in to live in a certain neighborhood will be snatched away and you'll have no longer any control over what your neighborhood looks like. Administrative approvals, meaning no public process, no ability to say no to a really bad project. And no parking requirements for new multifamily, and yet no additional public transit funding. Also, the promise of flexibility is misleading as they are inflexible minimum code standards mandated. Solutions that work for Denver may not make sense for Broomfield, just as solutions that work for us may not work for some of our neighbors. I truly wish us, the severely impacted municipalities, had been brought to the table sooner to help craft legislation together that would better address the issues regarding housing affordability. We have yet to see the results of the important work that 1117 and Prop 123 will yield. Both of these endeavors work in partnership with municipalities to encourage and incentivize affordable housing instead of hoping for a trickle-down effect from the supply side economics of this new legislation. While I cannot support SB 23-213, I believe that there's much that can be done to advance housing affordability, and I'm committed to continuing those efforts in Broomfield. My colleagues, we have to make decisions based on what's best for Broomfield. And I believe, along with our professional staff of experts in these areas, that this bill is not good for Broomfield. Thank you. Back to my other script. So we're there. We did the comments, we did the questions. All right, so now I need a motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council take a position of oppose for SB 23-213 and strongly urge its legislators to vote no on this bill and further authorize the mayor to sign a letter of opposition or any other letters regarding this issue on behalf of Broomfield.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to offer a substitute motion that this bill be opposed unless substantially amended in line with the staff memo of concerns that they sent us.
Say that again. What is your substitute motion?
That we take a position of oppose unless substantially amended in line with the staff memo of concerns.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Delgadillo?
Second.
Okay, so we would vote on the substitute motion first and we'll, oh, we have to have discussion on that first. Sorry, thank you. It's been 2 weeks. Is there any discussion? We have a motion in a second. Councilmember Lim.
And I don't know if I should ask staff or Councilmember Marshall, how would that be determined that the entire, what is it, 6 pages of objections by staff, of concerns by staff were addressed in amendments. And at what hour in the legislative session would we change? I mean, I'm thinking, okay, so it's going to take till the night before they're voting on this bill when they finally we look at whether the amendments are all in there or not?
So I think that's the challenge, right? So the thing that I've learned from Danae over the last week and a half, because legislation isn't my strength, is how fast this moves. So to your point, Councilmember Lim, I mean, we track as best we could, but it could move really quickly. And I think what we heard today was the amendments. I think Thursday, they're doing the hearings, amendments are coming. And then Danae, what did they say about next week on the governor's call? Do you remember? And I can look at my notes too. I think they're referring to a little bit of next
The
steps.
hearing on Thursday is just for public comment, and then it will have to obviously be heard by the committee for a vote, and we anticipate that to happen next week. So an executive summary, hopefully tomorrow or Thursday before the public hearing. We'll have the public hearing with the committee on Thursday, amendments hopefully being introduced end of week, and then back before the committee next week for an actual vote. That's what I heard. on
And
the
then
call.
it has to go to the House where it could be amended
There's
differently, and it could go to a conference.
Yeah, it would have to go through first and second and third readings and then over to the House and then maybe to a committee of the whole and conference committee, depending on amendments. The whole legislative process. Yeah, and we're at 5 weeks out, I think, from the end of the general session, which there is a possibility for that to be extended, but based on the 120-day calendar that's set by the Constitution, we're about 5 weeks out.
Okay, so now that we've talked through that process, I would guess my question to staff is, does staff find it practical or possible to think that there would be a point at which they would determine that it was amended sufficiently to address that list of issues?
At this point, I don't know the answer to that. Sorry, Councilmember Lim, I wish I had a better answer.
Any other discussion? Oh, Schaff and then Henkel. Or did you have your hand up? Henkel? Okay, then Councilmember Schaff first.
I like that. You know, so this is a comment on the substitute motion. We've had a first and a second on this. You know, my issue with the substitute motion is it's basically, it's an amend position. And I think that that's where I take issue with it, because the oppose at this point doesn't matter. It's an amend position that if we get our amendments, we will be in support. So I think that, you know, from what I heard from my council colleagues up here, is that the amend position is not the right avenue, that it does need to be opposed. I think the oppose with amendments is signaling a different intent. So I would signal, or I would ask my colleagues to reject this motion, this substitute motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
My hand has the courage. Thanks for the substitute motion. I understand, you know, that we want to sort of work with people, and I get that. There isn't any chance here too where we can't voice our opinion still, even if we say a no. You know, I plan on going in on Thursday and giving testimony. So that's, you know, we can still weigh in. I want to just remind council that this is what it's going to feel like to our citizens. So for instance, we, you know, feel like we're being kind of shut out of this process. So look at our response. Look at this, right? We're saying no. That's what our citizens are going to do if we shut out their responses on future developments like this. So I just want to be really cognizant too of the political playground. You know, of course, we don't want to start any civil wars, right, with fellow Democrats. I can understand that. But at the same time, we do have to take steps to really do what's right for Broomfield. And we have to take those bold steps. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the substitute motion? All right, well, the clerk, please call the roll. We're voting on Councilmember Marshall's substitute, a motion to oppose with amendments.
And Mayor, just a reminder, because the substitute motion could carry the day, this would need to pass by 2/3 vote.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Anderson,
No.
Cohen,
No.
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Hinkle,
No.
Jezerski,
No.
Leslie,
No.
Lim,
No.
Marsh Holsham,
Yes.
Schaff,
No.
Ward.
Yes.
That fails 7-3. Back to the main motion, which is an opposed position, and urge our legislators to vote no. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Can we finish the discussion?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, let's finish discussion. Did you want to discuss? Councilmember Schaaf.
I just have a short point to make. So, Councilmember Henkel made me think of this. So one of the pieces that's in our rule of conduct for council, in our rules and procedures, is to, once a decision is made, support the work of the body, do not undermine that decision. So I think that if we as a body make a decision tonight, according to this bill, I would urge my council colleagues to not undermine that decision and to voice that decision in their testimony at the state capitol.
Wow, get out of my head. Because I was going to say that too, once we had a formal position. So let's go ahead and let's finish our discussion and I'll cover that. Any other discussion? All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
No.
Hinkle,
To oppose, correct?
That's
That's the
correct.
motion. So yes.
Jezerski,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Holsham,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
No.
Anderson.
Yes.
That passes 7-3. Now that we have a formal council position, I'd like to talk about testimony at the hearings on the bill. I know that at least 4 of us individually have signed up to speak on the bill. I want to advise the council of section 8.5 of our council rules, which state, once a decision is made, support the work of the body. Do not undermine that decision. The position of council is to oppose the bill. I believe testimony in support of the bill undermines the decision of council in violation of our rules. I recognize that you all have a right to speak to the state legislature, and I also recognize that we have agreed to abide by these rules. Therefore, should a council member testify about the bill in contrast to council's vote, that individual must make it clear that they are speaking entirely in their individual capacity. They must indicate that Broomfield City Council is taking a position of oppose, and that the individual does not speak for the city council or city and county of Broomfield. Anyone have any comments? Councilmember Marsh Holsham.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did sign up with an amend position. My intention was to speak entirely regarding the financial and feasible section. I had already intended to make it clear that I was speaking on behalf of myself and not on the body. I've never done this before in this context, so how does that look?
Well, you would also have to clarify
Fine
that
with the rules. so.
the rules say that you can't undermine our decisions. We act as a body. Once a vote has been taken, you have to support the decision of the body. That's democracy. So yes, you have a First Amendment right, but if you don't state that you are actually not speaking for Broomfield and we have taken an opposed position as a city and county, that you're only speaking for yourself in your own personal capacity, I think Ms. Rogers said that would be allowable, and we'll be watching.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, so I've been watching this closely and I just brought this up again. So CML has a sign-on letter in opposition, and I waited to see what the body was going to do. But did anybody, I mean, can we just sign on as a council now to this letter? Or do we sign on individually to the CML opposition letter? Our own letter?
As myself, to oppose the CML letter before I really started thinking through the bill a lot more.
What did you want to say, Ms. Brouillard or Ms. Rogers? We will be writing a letter.
Is it all right if I just offer a summary of kind of what the next steps are? So per council's
Yes.
rules and procedures, once this formal position's taken, there are some clear direction that it gives staff the ability to do. One thing we get to do is leverage our amazing lobbyists, which we haven't had a contract lobbyist for the state. So we'll work very closely with Aponte Busam tomorrow. So staff's plan is we already have a debrief scheduled for tomorrow morning. And Councilmember Marshall, it does get a little bit messy because, action is taken before a position and now we have a position. So what we'll be doing is working with Julie, our communications director, and all of the team here tonight, tomorrow, to put together kind of what that media outreach packet looks like. And then we'll disseminate that through council with some key talking points, again, so that we're consistent and collective in our message now that we have the formal position from council.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments from council? Well, thank you all so much. And that concludes the items on this evening's agenda. If there's any other business to come before council, let me know. Didn't think so. There being no further business, the special meeting of the Broomfield City Council is adjourned. We'll move into the study session in a few minutes. Thanks, everyone.
The Access Live event has ended. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Our agenda this evening includes 3 study session items. Seeing there are no concept reviews on the agenda this evening, there will not be any public comment. The study session will be televised on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available with our AV team in the back of the council chambers. Our first agenda item this evening is an update on the housing program, as well as the 2023 needs assessment. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Sharon Tessier, who's going to walk us through this item, as well as Mr. Romine is still in the room in the back in case we want to make him run to the podium. So, all right, Ms. Tessier, you're up.
That's a challenge accepted. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Sharon Tessier, Broomfield Housing Manager under the Economic Vitality and Development. So thank you for providing this opportunity to allow us to share what's been going on over the last 12 months, 18 months. Next slide, please. We're going to jump right in. As you can see, we've been pretty actively engaged on the programmatic side as well as the developmental and preservation efforts. We have 2 full-time staff now, Vivian Del Pezzo over here and myself. And then we also have assistance from 3 other part-time in our division. We've relaunched and reinitiated programs to serve residents with our great customer care that the city and county of Broomfield is known for, and we have expanded our outreach and our partnership efforts. And before moving on to the next slide, I would like to take a moment to say thank you to Councilmember Schaaf for making a Section 18A request back in May of 2021. Regarding senior property tax exemption program. We are grateful for your planting the seed, and I do hope you like how the housing division has nourished that seed. Next slide, please. Over 600 households will have been assisted with our development, preservation, and access to income-aligned housing. We will have provided housing security for 342 households with the inclusionary housing ordinance and over 226 households with regard to the current programs that we have in place. We typically serve 10 to 12 families per year with our home rehab program. And currently we have, well, that was yesterday, Vivi might have a couple more added, but I have 130 applications that have been submitted or in process for the property tax refund program. And there have been 62 households that have received rental assistance with our remaining CDBG, CV, or COVID funds. And 23 households assisted with housing counseling since the program's inception. Next slide, please. I am super excited to be here to provide you with the snapshot of the preliminary findings of Broomfield's latest housing division needs assessment provided by Root Policy Research, a phenomenally women-owned business founded by Heidi Aguilar and Molly Fitzpatrick, who is right here. And I wanted to give her props. Root was founded to advance economic consulting and policy analysis so communities can thrive. Their team includes economists, community planners, policy experts, data analysts, and just all around great people. And we are lucky to have Molly here tonight. So should any questions come up that I won't be able to answer, we've got Molly. So thank you. So given recent market housing changes and the creation of a separate housing authority, both the Housing Division and the Broomfield Housing Alliance, and Kristen is also here, desired a data-driven update to the housing needs assessment. And what better organization to do that than Root Policy? The primary objectives of this effort was to provide a clear understanding of market conditions to inform interim housing strategies and measurable affordable targets, as well as strategic opportunities and planning for both the Housing Division and Broomfield Housing Alliance. Next slide, please. So regarding population trends, one can quickly ascertain by looking at this slide that Broomfield has experienced a large spike in our growth over the last 10 years. Most noticeably, we've experienced a 30% increase. Some key data points that I would like to point out are the fact that the age groups 25 to 44 grew 41%, and the 65 plus group grew by 109%. Children have declined 5 percentage points down to 21%, and seniors as a population increased 15%. And this will be really important for y'all to keep in mind, especially as we continue to see this trend, or if we see this trend continue. Next slide, please. So household income. The median income in Broomfield rose 41% over the last 10 years to $107,570 in 2021. The median income outpaced inflation, but not home prices, which was driven primarily by the influx of higher income earners, higher income renters, and owners. The biggest takeaway from this slide is that you'll see that it now takes $100,000 or more for income levels needed for both the market rate renter and for purchasing homes. I wrote a note to breathe. Next slide, please. Regarding poverty, I think that it's good to see that poverty in Broomfield is relatively low at 4% compared to the 8% in Denver. Another thing to keep in mind is that poverty is a measure of income, and while it may be common to see specific populations in poverty, we hope to make them uncommon in Broomfield. You will see that people with disabilities and seniors at a higher rate due to their slow growing income are a little bit higher on the chart here. Latinx families are disproportionately housing insecure compared to non-Hispanic families. And clearly we see that single mothers at 17%, which is, I think, something unique to keep in mind regarding Broomfield. And when you add the 4% of single dads, that's 21% of single parents living in poverty. Next slide, please. With regard to housing stock, two things stood out for us. The first is that home ownership in Broomfield dropped by 7% over the last 10 years due to the number of rentals added to the housing stock. And in our permitting process, we worked, been very busy, 3,843 single family detached units, 765 attached units, and I just lost my place, and 7,466 multifamily units have been permitted. Next slide, please. Clearly, there have been some very big changes in the market trends when it comes to for sale homes. Since 2010, the median market value in Broomfield has doubled, but is fairly similar to the overall region. This information will be important to consider while thinking about our regional approaches and collaborating with our neighbors who are clearly experiencing similar trends. While we're, way above the national average. And you can see I circled the 2018 to 2022 because you see that that's kind of where a large mountain peak kind of happened, and for sale market trends and for rent trends have really changed over the last 4 years. Okay, next slide, please. While reviewing rental market trends over the last decade, we discovered that Broomfield's median rent rose 75%. This was mainly driven by the addition of new rental developments, which by nature command higher rents. Existing rentals also raised rents to keep up with the market, and the number of units priced below $1,000 per month dropped from 2,700 to 500. And I'm going to just share a little anecdotal research that I've done in the last couple years, because this is the strong data for 2021. Our housing division made 10 phone calls to 10 different apartment complexes that used to have studio apartments available for under $1,000 just 2 years ago. And now they are renting at $1,135 or more. And the average rent for one bedroom in Broomfield is over $2,000 in 2023. And this is information that will be useful when considering bringing new and diverse types of housing to Broomfield. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the definition of cost burden is applied when anyone is paying over more than 30% of their gross income on housing costs. Due to the trends we just outlined for you, it's significant to point out that nearly half of all renters in Broomfield are considered cost burdened. Other noteworthy details to consider including the use of gross income versus net, because our average population doesn't talk about gross, they talk about net because that's what their paycheck says. So I think there's sometimes a disconnect. So I thought that would be important. The next takeaway is that households that earn up to $75,000 are still cost burden when they rent. And so the next key takeaway from this slide would be that rentals are highly transactional and that rents typically rise faster than income. And regard to cost burden homeowners, you will see or notice that cost burden percentage has gone down. And this is largely due to the fact that many homeowners bought their homes prior to the boom and are in a long-term contract. And typically mortgages are fixed and rents are not. Next slide, please. When we consider gap analyses, we are really looking at the supply and the demand. It's no secret that Broomfield's demand for more income aligned housing far outweighs the supply. You guys have all said it up here just moments ago. And you will see in the next slides just how these analyses are laid out. So next slide, please. There's a lot of information in these two slides, so I want to make sure that I capture it all for you. The notes from the previous slide showed that the supply analysis accounts for both naturally occurring affordable housing and publicly assisted or subsidized housing. And we use a two-person household income because that aligns with the average household size for renters, which is what Root Policy Research uses for the demand portion of the analysis. And the gaps analysis or the gaps column shows the difference in supply and demand at each price point and income level to give you an idea of what that looks like. And the cumulative gap column shows the total running. So negative numbers indicate a shortage of affordable priced housing at that income level. And these households are first forced to either rent up for lower income or rent down at higher incomes. And they're not unhoused, they're just a mismatched term of affordability. Does that make sense? Okay, the programmatic gap for income aligned rentals is 1,742 units. Affordable home rent prices assume 30% of your income is spent on housing. And I think I get a little bit, I talk a little bit more about why the income, why that unit shortage has grown a little bit. And maybe I'll just say it now. In 2018, when the founders of Root Policy did the first housing needs assessment, they were using incomes at $20,000 and below. And now today we see that people earning up to 75, but particularly 55,000 or more are still experiencing such cost burdenship that and gaps. There's no more places for higher, lower incomes, if that makes sense. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so purchase gap. The first key takeaway, I think, is that in 2017, it showed that for sale gap was contained to houses earning less than 100,000 per year. And just 4 years later, renters must be earning over 150,000 before the Broomfield market opens up and offers proportionate shares of home by value. And I think that you all, like last month, when we were looking at some of the information, it was, I want to make sure I was clear as possible with what rents look like, what AMI looks like, and what the income looks like for that. So the second key takeaway is that the home purchase affordability calculation assumes that a 10%, well, let me back up. The percentage of, there's a 6% interest rate, which is higher than they modeled in previous studies now, because that's typical. There is a 10% down payment that's considered. And we all know that that's an acknowledgement for a large sum in today's markets. But that's I think I skipped a point. So my point is that the second is the home purchase affordability calculation assumes a 10% down payment and a 30-year fixed mortgage at 6%. So that's, and we recognize that that's a lot. That's all I'm trying to say. Next slide, please. One thing I do want to mention is that this assumes that everyone who currently rents does want to buy. Thought that would be appropriate to share. Next, okay. So in summary, Broomfield has succeeded in allowing housing development to keep pace with economic and population growth. Income-aligned housing inventory has not kept up with the demand and market trends and continues to put income alignment pressure on lower and middle income households. More and more renters are experiencing cost burden. We saw in previous slides that those at 75,000 and below, more particularly at 55 AMI and below, experience the deepest burden. If a household is not making $150,000, they will not be able to buy a market priced home in Broomfield today. There is a 1,700 unit gap, and I explained why. That it seemed to have grown, but we needed to increase the number AMI to include those that are cost burdened. And while CCOB, City and County of Broomfield, and partners in the community are making progress on a number of fronts, more efforts are needed. Next slide, please. So we've moved away from the root policy portion of this presentation, and now I wanted to provide you with how Broomfield is staying collaborative and interconnected. And I know that you all have seen this slide on multiple occasions. We wanted to bring it up to you today to just remind you of how the departments in Broomfield intersect with each other with regard to residents' long-term sustainability and quality of life, and how the Broomfield Housing Department is dedicated to housing security, aging in place, and preventing displacement. And it does take a village, and this village is a beautiful village to be a part of. Looking ahead, next slide, please. Looking ahead, the collaborative approaches that the Housing Division has taken are intended for healthy community outcomes, as well as internal relationship building within the City and County of Broomfield family and out of the community. We take a data-driven approach, which includes both quantitative and qualitative data, and pretty much anything in between. Stay tuned over the next few months as we evolve, investigate, and demonstrate collaboration, programs, and awareness with regard to Broomfield being an optimally thriving community. You can expect to see continued collaboration within our departments and across the city and county. the encouragement of more middle-income earner homes, and the reexamination and reimagining of our accessory dwelling units ordinances and zoning, and let's look at why, how we can improve that. Awareness, education, outreach to our community, as well as being a trusted resource for Broomfield City Council as the state legislation deliberates and passes certain bills and or when ballot measures have been passed. Next slide, please. We are putting our research caps on and hypothesizing that over the next year, we will assume that 295 more units will be brought forth with the inclusionary housing ordinance. Our preservation and access efforts will have assisted over 525 residents overall. We anticipate that many more applications for the partial property tax refund and many more households will be assisted by legal services and rental assistance. Next slide, please. This is an illustrative map of all of the income aligned units that we have in Broomfield today. This is dynamic in nature, and we expect to see changes moving forward. We wanted to just highlight that Broomfield has been very active in every ward to bring about income aligned housing. I just wanted to give a shout out to Lynn Merwin and the GIS team for putting this map together that we could use tonight. And we hadn't had the opportunity to make it exactly how we wanted, but I think this gives a good picture of where we're at with our income aligned housing. Next slide, please. And this is something that the Broomfield Housing Alliance and the Housing Ordinance and Health and Human Services and a bunch of us have been working on. We wanted to put a visual together that we thought would be beneficial to include the income percentages with the exact amounts using the $107,000 and $570 as the average median income here. So if you look across, you can see that those that are in supportive housing or income-based rental are making, $32,000 or $32,000 or less per household. Income-based rental, you have a little bit more moving up to the $64,000, which is 60% AMI. And the Broomfield Housing Alliance is working in the 30 to 60% AMI, whereas the Broomfield Housing Division is working through the 60 to 120% AMI. And then since we talked about market rates being at 150, I thought I would just kind of throw in those numbers for the market rate as well. So I just wanted to thank everybody who was involved in putting these numbers and everything together. And next slide, please. And it's no secret that partnerships are the key to success and that we could not do the work that we do without the other teams within the city and county and beyond in our community partners and beyond in the regional. And so these are many of the organizations that the Housing Division works with on a daily basis. And just wanted to make sure that they were mentioned. Rocky Mountain Partnerships is Adams County, Weld County, Aurora, and then CHAF is the state, Colorado Department of Local Affairs. And the reason why I put Broomfield is because interdepartmentally, we work very closely together on issues that impact one and the other. And the Boulder Broomfield Longmont Home Consortium is where we get the home dollars to do some of our funding efforts as well. So next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. Appreciate your time and thank you very much.
we are available for questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tessier. We've definitely made some great progress and clearly we have more work to do. And so council, this is just an update. It's not a request for direction. So our team is here to answer questions and hear your comments. Anyone? No questions? Okay, Councilmember Lim.
I don't know if this is too premature to ask this question, but certainly we tried to address the issue with the inclusionary housing ordinance in October that so that it would encourage developers to include the units on site instead of the cash in lieu. Do we have any indication at this point if it's succeeding in its goal?
So right now, we in the last 2 to 3 years, we've had more, we've had a lot more housing units come along. And one thing I forgot to mention when I was talking about the structure or the structures of the homes is that we are low on some of the duplexes, triplexes, and townhomes. But over the last 2 to 3 years, we have more than half of those have actually been the townhomes that are coming. With regard to the new, I think it's so new that we still are in conversations with some of the developers. We haven't seen, and maybe Jeff could talk a little bit more about what he's seeing.
Thank you for allowing me to walk, Sharon, rather than run. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I would say you're going to, tomorrow's packet for the April 11th meeting is going to include one of those projects, not specifically because of this change, but it caused us, as we're working through that IHO revision, to engage that developer in a conversation. So Wadsworth Junction, which will be in your packets next week, what they decided to do is come forward with a mix of units and providing the cash in lieu. So that's a perfect example of what we expect to see is our development community realizing that perhaps the units is the better way to go. So that would be the specific example. More holistically, it perhaps is a little too early to see, but that's one.
Thank you. One other, this is broad. How do you see the implementation of Proposition 123 going forward in 2 minutes? Yes. I mean, are we at all optimistic that we're going to see the benefits of this sometime soon?
Council members, we are learning, as I mentioned earlier, in a different council meeting, the prior council meeting to this. We are actually participating and listening to all of our state partners as they're trying to develop these programs. There's an awful lot in that initiative that was not formalized. And so there is rulemaking and consideration right now, and we're engaging in those conversations. So I would tell you, at least from the city's perspective, more to come. Kristen is here from the Broomfield Housing Alliance, and I don't know if she'd want to add anything from that perspective, just looking. No, I think she's in the same place we are. We're all trying to learn as fast as we can and drinking from the fire hose in this particular case.
Councilmember Henkel and Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. Really appreciate it. And thank you to Root Policy Research and all of the work that you've done. We can't do this work without you to make sure that we have all of the data and the numbers because those generally don't lie. Sometimes, us as a council, we don't always know what federal funds are being dispersed to families to keep them housed. For instance, I serve on the CSBG board and we serve a lot of our seniors who are in housing and they increase their rent by $100 to $200 a month. Is there any way that, that we can know
how those partnerships sort of work together, but also federally as well. I feel like I'm in all these different pockets and meetings, and I attend sometimes the Broomfield Housing Alliance meetings, and they're working on one project. And I do appreciate where we're talking about that graph where they really hit the 30% to 60%, and then we hit something differently. Are there other things that we're looking at or that we need to just sort of be aware of as far as like what other programs we use to keep people housed?
I think, you know, you're hitting it right on the head. We're utilizing all of the resources that we can possibly reach out to. I think that I was in a conversation with the Housing Alliance, and there are some programs that where Broomfield is unique. And if there are preferences for housing choice vouchers from the state, let's say, we can actually use the preferences that are happening in Broomfield because our poverty just shows differently across the board and in different communities, and seniors are one of those populations. So I know that many divisions are working together, particularly Human Services, and the self-sufficiency team is working with seniors. We're looking at this holistically to see how we can utilize some of those dollars to have them age in place. And I don't know if you wanted to mention anything else.
Good evening, Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. I would just add to your question, the needs assessment is giving us the opportunity to really assess where we're at right now. Then we're mapping out the slide that Sharon showed, where it kind of showed the spectrum of housing needs. We're having an opportunity to look at that, identifying what the needs are, working with our partners internal to the city and county of Broomfield, as well as our partner agencies, FISH, Friends of Broomfield, just all of them that touch housing in some way, to figure out where we're all showing up on that spectrum. And then from there, we're taking a step back and saying, okay, what are the needs that remain and how do we address those? So this research has given us kind of the foundational information we need to really start digging in and figuring out how we go beyond what we're already doing. So we intend to bring that back to you later this year of kind of a broader strategy, getting to your point of how we coordinate all of our efforts. So we're hitting all the needs of our community in some intentional, meaningful way.
Right, thank you. And then one more question, are we letting our developers know about, you know, the results of this research, or are we kind of trying to stay ahead of that game a little bit?
Well, we absolutely felt this necessary to bring to council. And now that I hear your comment, yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not a secret, right? So we are letting developers know, but we really wanted to make sure that the Broomfield City Council heard this report before we did a lot of outreach and engagement with the community, because we don't want it to come back and you hear it from somebody else.
That would be bad.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for that plan. And I hope our developers are listening. I know a lot of times they hear our study sessions and our council meetings, and I think it's very important to council to make sure that we're hitting those needs of making sure we're income aligned. Thank you.
Yes, there is no well, I shouldn't say there is no shortage, but we are working, we're in conversations with many developers in order to create these income aligned houses.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Got to keep track of my own time. A question on some of the numbers that were used for these calculations. What level of debt do these numbers assume? Because we have seen with younger generations, mine in particular, we have increased levels of debt due to higher education costs, higher credit card usage, because wages have not kept up with inflation over the past 40 years. And like, I know just anecdotally, my previous car, within 6 months, I had to pay $6,000 in repair bills, which I don't have in cash. So I had to bankroll that onto credit cards, and I'm still trying to pay that off. So I was just curious, what level of debt does these calculations assume?
I'm going to call Molly Fitzpatrick up here to talk about the calculation.
Thanks, Sharon, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Appreciate the question. We don't specify exact levels of debt for those analyses. We use pretty industry standard assumptions around kind of income ratios to housing. So we base it on that 30% of gross income can go to housing. Usually when you're looking at a mortgage and you have no debt whatsoever, it's often you'll qualify for more than that 30% typically. And so using that 30% standard helps balance that, at least to some extent, to help us average across those, average across the typical buyer. But to your point, yes, that makes it harder for high debt households to both qualify for the mortgages that we're talking about. It also makes it more challenging to save for down payments. And so we talk about that a little bit more in the narrative of the report that will be forthcoming. And we can also include some analysis that talks about shifts in terms of kind of household expenditures and household obligations for finances. It doesn't quite play into the mortgage assumptions in that same way, but we can certainly acknowledge it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
I guess another question on the two slides, I think it's slides 14 and 15 in your presentation that go over the rental gap and the purchase gap. Am I under the purchase gap reading correctly that an affordable home price for someone making, let's say $90,000 is just shy of $300,000? From what this graph or table shows?
Is it possible to bring up the graph, please? So your question is, for someone making $90,000, is there a home like at $300,000 for them to buy?
Well, I was just kind of wanting to clarify that someone who, let's say, makes 90,000 a year, if I'm reading this table correctly, the maximum affordable home price, which I assume is they max out at roughly 30% of their income, is just shy of $300,000. Is that what I'm interpreting correctly from this table?
Very closely, yes. So it's actually the number there, the 298,000 as the max affordable home price is the maximum of that income range. So the income range for that category is 75,000 up to 100,000. So yes, that's at 100,000. Somebody can afford about $300,000, and that's assuming a 30-year fixed mortgage, 10% down payment, and a 6.0% interest rate.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because a few weeks ago, this council voted to increase the allowable purchase price for affordable units at a development in Ward 2 from $300,000 to over $400,000. And I just want to point out that's not affordable. That's all my questions and comments for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the amount of money being spent on housing, is that just including rent and or mortgage insurance taxes, or is that also including utilities?
Yes, so that includes on the rental. Well, yes, it includes utilities on both. The rental includes the contract rent plus the utilities. We call that gross rent. So everything you have to pay. On the for sale side, that payment includes your mortgage payment as well as utilities, as well as private mortgage insurance if you have that, as well as your insurance costs and HOA costs as well.
Okay. And those figures incorporate the dramatic rise in the utility costs we've seen recently?
So it does, yes. We use basically a percentage calculation that looks at what those costs are at the median, and then we scale it accordingly across the board. But yes, it does account for increases in the utilities over time. In terms of when you compare it to the analysis we did in 2018, it's gonna look higher from a dollar perspective for that part.
Okay. And then on kind of switching gears a little bit, I had mentioned in previous discussions a rental registration program to fund vouchers. And we kind of have pushed it down the road. We were going to talk about it at our refresh session, but then the legislature was looking at doing something. Do we know what happened with that at the legislature level?
I am not sure what's happening at the legislation level.
So Councilmember Marshall, we can follow up on that. I don't know. So we can find out.
And is that something that the housing department is still thinking is a good idea, or is that something that you don't believe would be useful this time?
A landlord registry?
Yeah.
We are absolutely researching it.
Do we know how many current renters we have in Broomfield, rental properties or units, I guess?
I do not know exactly how many rental units. Jeff might, or maybe.
So at any given time, of course, oftentimes what most people do is look at multifamily versus single family with the assumption that most single families aren't rented. So when you think about that, we have roughly 10 to 12,000 multifamily units. I don't know if in the final report that Molly and her colleagues at Root Policy will give us, will have a specific related to how many are rental within the community. We do know from the Census Bureau, sometimes they do report that as part of their data also. So Molly, I don't know if you have a quick answer today or if you want to wait till the report comes out.
I have a quick answer. I have a quick answer with a caveat that the ACS, so that's the census annual data, currently reports the number of renters in Broomfield at 10,228. We expect that to be a slight underestimate because the ACS data lag a bit and also average a couple of years. So that kind of enhances the lag, and you've been adding rental units. We think it's higher than that. That's the baseline estimate. The only concrete number we have to point to at that, but just over 10,000, which is obviously in line with what Jeff said in terms of multifamily properties as well.
So assuming $100 per unit fee, annual fee, it's about $1 million per year in revenue that could go to the Housing Alliance minus the cost of whatever FTE would have to administer. Is that those numbers roughly accurate?
Well, I believe that we're researching what would be the best practices for Broomfield, and we're looking at the cost of administration, what that would cost us, and then really not go over that charge of what it would cost us for us to create that license or that certificate or whatever you want to call it, right?
So you're talking about just charging whatever's necessary to fund the administration, not using it as a means to further fund more vouchers or something, other program.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council questions or comments? Councilmember Shaft and Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a couple questions. Well, maybe more than a couple questions. We'll see. So one clarification I wanted. So when the staff slide talked about Denver metro area, this of course includes Broomfield. So that's an average of all of those metro areas, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. So the Broomfield property tax refund program. So in the slides, it said there are 103. Is that to date, or is that, at what point in time was that 103 applications?
130 applications as of last night at 7 p.m.
Okay, perfect. So that's a much better number than my 103. I think I just turned those numbers around. We had about 93 on March 1st. Do we anticipate these applications continuing to increase as property assessments, at least the news continues to come out about those, but the property assessments come out? Do we anticipate those applications continuing to increase?
Yes, we do.
And with that program, is there a cap date at which we run out of funding for that program that we would need to either allocate more money and kind of how many applications do we anticipate when we're going to hit that spot?
We anticipate between 400 and 500 applications. We were instructed by council that to come to you before any sort of funding would have run out, and we are holding you to that. And currently we are well within our budget to serve those folks.
Okay.
And
Yes.
Councilmember Schaaf, if I can just add real quickly, so on April 17th, we're going to have the property valuation forum with the assessor. So Jay Yamashita and the assessor team is going to host that forum, kind of like we did with property tax back in, I think it was February. I'm not sure what month I'm in sometimes. So on April 17th, we'll do that. And I know the housing team is going to be there as well to kind of continue this conversation around what resources are out there for folks, because those valuations will inform those 2024 tax bills. So the assessor group's working to finalize those numbers and get ready for that forum. So I just wanted to give a little shout out to the housing team that has been actively working to get those programs in front of our community.
Okay, great. Well, and it sounds like that, applications may start to increase with that forum coming up. So I look forward to more conversations about this. What's really cool is that since we launched this program, more communities have been taking notice of what we're doing. There was a statewide conversation about lowering property taxes, and more communities are saying, how can we do this on our own? So there are communities taking a look at this and hopefully implementing that in their own communities. And we'll hopefully be able to learn from them as well as they implement this. So more into some more of the meat of the program, Broomfield changing demographics. So it looks like that we have an increasing senior population, a decrease in youth population, which I'm very well of working in Cole Elementary. My kids go there. The child population and birth rate continues to drop, especially in Broomfield, and that we start having this transition within our community. So we have a decreasing youth population, we have this boom of this millennial population, and we have this baby boomer population that is continuing to age in place. So what flexibility or changes do we need to be included either in our programs or in our code to ensure that we adapt to these changing demographics?
I think that's what a lot of the research is happening now across the departments to look at where our large gaps are and being able to put programs in place to serve those. For example, some of our seniors whose rent does continue to go up, and even seniors who are in low income housing tax credit homes, they are still spending upwards of 70 to 80% of their income on their rent. And so we are looking at, the possibility of using some of the housing vouchers that come in and using some of the other funding opportunities that we may have to help them age in place. This is a really big concern for me. We do hear from many seniors who are their income, clearly does not keep up with how quickly the rents are rising. And so I think there's also something to consider that in Broomfield, perhaps there aren't as many younger families is because they might not be able to afford here either. And so that is something to consider as well.
Great, thank you. So looking at that, I'll go on to a different point. So the regional, looking at this work that we've done and the assessment that has been completed for Broomfield, it really looks to that we need to have more of an understanding within our region, in terms of our regional housing needs, that, isolating these just within our own communities tells one picture. But once we start to look at this more in a region, that's something that we can really understand a bigger and better picture. So when we look at the trend for sale market trends, it seems that communities included are following the same trajectory. So Lafayette was in there, Broomfield was in there, and it looked like Denver metro area in general was following that. But something is going on within Boulder, and it's not following the same trend, and it's significantly stacked outside of those others. So what is occurring there in Boulder that is affecting that trend line to be so far out of whack with the rest of the region?
I don't have the answer. I have not necessarily looked at what everything that Boulder is doing, but if Molly, you want to take yeah, sure.
I can't necessarily give you a full comprehensive answer, but the shortest answer is that Boulder tends to have more severe supply constraints than especially relative to their economic growth. So Boulder over the last 5 to 10 years has added a lot more jobs and has added very, very few housing units because of the way that they manage their permitting, their pace, and all of that. So a lot of that is supply constraints. Some of it is demand. Some of it is job growth, and they've grown high income jobs. And so they have probably more than some other communities an influx of very high income earners that are willing to kind of let those housing prices go up as well. So that's not the full story, but that's a kind of short version that helps highlight that.
Okay, that helps. And I mean, you see on that trend line that at least in the beginning, that they're relatively following that same thing. There is a gap there, but then it starts to, step apart and that gap continues to widen. So that is interesting to kind of see that, maybe if we were to look at jobs, we could, pinpoint that. I think that, we can we can talk about Boulder, but I think that we also have to talk about Broomfield, right? And that Broomfield, when we look at the rental costs, Broomfield is the highest in terms of our rental costs. So I asked the same question, what's going on here that, we are more expensive in our terms of our rentals than Boulder and the rest of the regions that were surveyed?
I would say a lot of it really is when you've added those rentals. So a lot of your rentals are relatively new, and new rentals are always going to be higher priced. Their rentals are a lot more expensive to build than they were 20 years ago. And they command higher rents, both because of the economics of development, but also because of the willingness to pay for a newer unit. And so when you look at kind of the median rent of Broomfield right now is about $1,800 across all of your rental units. The other communities that have had really high growth in kind of our peer community chart that have a lot of new rentals as well. The two that kind of jump out are Castle Rock and Lone Tree. Both of them also have rental median rent that's $1,750 to $1,800. And so you're really on par with folks that have a large stock of relatively new rentals. That's really challenging to mitigate. Denver tends to look like Denver's expensive, but they also have a large swath of older rentals, right? And so you're really kind of balancing the age of your housing stock with that price. And that's why it makes it look high. It's because you've added newer rentals. So I don't want to say it's a bad thing to add rentals. It's a good thing to add supply, and that's really helpful. It's just an acknowledgement that as you're adding that, when we're talking about market rate new rentals, those are going to be higher priced. And that's why it's important to balance that with something like an inclusionary housing ordinance, where you can leverage that to also create some of that locked in affordable units as well.
Okay, so let me go on the philosophy that if we add more rentals, that increases the affordability of our rentals across the spectrum. So as we add more rentals in the future, are we going to become more affordable, or are we just going to continue to increase the costs on those rentals?
You are going to become more affordable than you would have been if you don't add those rentals, but that doesn't mean that rents will drop. So kind of back to that Boulder example, Boulder's constraining supply more than Broomfield is. That is partially explaining why their housing prices have a steeper curve than yours. Adding rentals is just economically not going to reduce the cost of rentals all the way down. There's just not enough supply to do that. Typically, we rarely see that. What you're trying to do by adding that rental stock is mitigate kind of the steepness of that curve. Does that make sense? Does that answer the question?
It does. And thank you so much.
I mean, unless you're adding rentals, when you add market rate, you're also adding those income restricted ones in the case of an IHO, but the proportion of that is not going to fully bring down your entire median.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. My daughter lives in Fort Collins, and I can attest they have a lot of older housing, rental housing, and they still charge a lot for a piece of crap. But because I guess the market's still there for it. I'm just curious. I'm sure you look at a lot of different housing data from throughout the region. And so in looking at our new data and that data, I assume we stand out in some ways, or were there anything surprising that we're outliers on or surprised you from this latest batch?
I think it surprised me at how on par we are with keeping up with and how much we're improving our stock. So for example, looking at some of the townhomes that are coming in for sale for that 80% AMI, for the number of developers who, developments that we actually have in our pipeline right now. Nothing, and I think that one of the biggest things that stood out for me mostly was the single families living in poverty. That was definitely one outlier. And that most of this happened typically within the last 4 years, where we're starting to see just changes in the market and the for sale, and how by acting proactively, we are hopefully moving in the direction of creating and addressing this issue of income aligned housing. I also think, in addition to what Molly shared, is that we also have an influx of, wealth coming in to the community as well. And so I think that, in addition to what we're trying to do, is offsetting a little bit, like, wow, we've been working really hard and we've gotten over 600, units. And yet now we're at 1,700 unit gap where we had a 1,300 unit gap. But that's surprising. But at the same time, having the metrics that, we need to include people that are earning $55,000, for me was pretty surprising.
Is it safe to say that the Marshall Fire had some effect, the 1,000 homes lost, and that not only the people coming from Boulder where they can't find anything, or just that temporary situation was probably going to be a couple of years?
Possibly with renting, and I don't know specifically how many people from Superior have actually, moved into Broomfield. I don't have those numbers.
I mean, I know some anecdotally that are
Mhm.
in Arista and all that.
Yeah.
And real quickly, I'm curious, are there any communities doing it right, or what are your models that we?
You don't want to know.
'Cause we've been talking about housing all night and everybody's in the same boat.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And this is why we're doing regional approaches. And, it is very true that no one entity can solve this. And I've heard the saying that you can throw all the money you want at it and it still won't solve the problem, but truly funding will help us address many of the needs that our community faces. We do want to prevent that displacement. We do want to have people aging in place in their homes, and trying to keep up with the market rateability is across the region. And so having these efforts to hopefully influence some of these funding sources and measures coming on the ballot, or maybe bills passing, or objecting to some to protect local government. These are all things that we're all doing. And honestly, they're, outside of social housing, when you look around the globe, there are many countries that don't have the issues that we have, but they also have, they don't have democracy. So.
Well, I was going to say that Fort Collins is still a democracy. One thing college towns has, I guess the term is co-housing, where you can rent a room, shared living space, and you can bring your cost down substantially. I don't know if that's an option we can pursue successfly.
I think that that is one of the things that I've been talking with ComDev about, is looking at, okay, currently Broomfield has no people, if there are more than 3 unrelated people in a household, you're kind of stuck there. Is it enforced? I don't know how they can enforce it unless they get a call from somebody. But with regard to, that is definitely something that the housing department is looking at in order to help, college students. My son is trying to live in Boulder and I'm like, wow, okay, good luck. You know? He's determined, so I'm sure he'll find a place, but it's really expensive. And, you know, having some places to live here, if you have a 2-bedroom, could there be, you know, 2 couples that could rent the 2 bedrooms out in order to save some money? And those are some of the things that we are researching for sure.
Like in Fort Collins, you can get a 2-bedroom for 1,800. You can also rent a room probably for 700 if you're willing to have that lifestyle. I don't know, just to end on one other question, since it'll come up later, are any successful communities using rent control? Are there any with successful outcomes?
Well, I think it depends how you define the term success. I think if you ask the renters and the tenants, you will see that there's a large number of success and a large accumulation of being able to move out of that in order to purchase your own. I think you know, again, I want to be really mindful about what's best for Broomfield and how to look at creating opportunities equitably for the whole scale of income earners.
Thank you.
How's that for political?
It was well danced. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. You done? Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, and I just have one kind of specific focus area kind of question, and we know, I talked about seniors, and we talked about, and as Councilmember Ward brought up, the younger generation coming out with a lot of college debt, and then there's also this number kind of surprised me that it was on the table with the rental gap was income limits for renters was 2-person households, and then for purchase for buyers was 3-person households. But I know so many. We got 5 kids, like 4 are still at home. So, and I know other people like a similar situation. We have all these kids, and kids are very expensive. And if you think they're expensive when they're in preschool and you're paying for preschool, when you start to pay for car insurance and vehicles and start to save for college, like it's just ridiculous. And so I'm looking at this going, I don't feel like it does justice to certain. There's you know there's like that. It's not just the young and it's not just the seniors, it's the families. I mean, but does this take into account? So this is what, you know, for 2 people with 1 child, or, you know, does it take into account families that are larger, or how do you account for?
Yes. That's a really great question, Councilmember Anderson. I think that, yes, we do have metrics that will allow for that. If you look at any of the CHAFA tables or the Colorado, you know, finance, and we do use those numbers to account for how large the family is and how much money you would need to support the additional children. I could certainly provide that chart for you, but that is definitely something that we take into account for sure.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay.
Yeah, number per household versus income. Yes.
Something that doesn't seem right when you're looking at trying to take care of all these kids, and that's like doesn't seem accurate. So, okay, so that number would obviously come down. Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks. Any other questions or comments from council? Well, thank you so much, Ms. Tessier and our other housing folks for the update, and we look forward to seeing the new assessment in June.
I believe
Is that the
July.
goal? July, that works
Yes.
too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. All right, our next agenda item this evening is the 2023 Regional Transportation Update. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to introduce Sarah Grant, our Transportation Manager and all things transportation, and she will walk us through this presentation. Sarah?
Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Sarah Grant, Transportation Manager for the City and County of Broomfield. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on the regional transportation in Broomfield. A detailed memo is provided, including a summary of our progress in transportation since the adoption of the Comprehensive Plan and Transportation Plan at the end of 2016. I'll not go over every and all of the projects outlined in the memo, but would like to highlight some history and some current progress on key corridors identified in Broomfield. Our last update was presented in September 2021, so this presentation may be new for some of you tonight. Next slide, please. Before we dive in, to set the stage for tonight, in 2016, Council adopted a multimodal transportation vision, taking into account the trends that we're seeing in our region and locally. This was a seismic shift from the previous transportation plan that mostly focused on roadways and vehicles. In the 2016 transportation plan, Council adopted a vision that's inclusive of all modes, people of all ages and abilities using the transportation system, while reducing our dependence on single occupancy vehicles, reducing our environmental impact, all while supporting economic development. Next slide. Our goals in the comprehensive and transportation plan include optimizing our multimodal transportation system to move people, not just vehicles, and goods now and into the future. Broomfield supports travel choices by providing mobility for people of all ages and abilities, and supports a connected transportation system for all modes in Broomfield and our neighboring and to our neighboring communities. Next slide. Additionally, Broomfield supports livable streets that are safe and accessible for all, and we had a chance to connect on that topic with our transportation forum last summer while developing our new street standards, and subsequently brought to council for adoption. We integrate into the multimodal network and land use to support our economic plans and policies. And above all, tied into all these goals is our regional transportation planning efforts. Mayor, council, and staff participate in and influence numerous regional transportation efforts to increase Broomfield's access to regional network and the planning. We coordinate with our neighbors and increase our access to regional transportation network. These coalitions and working groups in Broomfield are outlined in the memo. This policy goals that will focus on this evening and our progress in our regional transportation corridors and coordination efforts. Next slide. As some background on transportation, how it impacts everyday lives of our residents and affordability. In the 2016 transportation plan provided some data from the Center for Neighborhood Technology, the Housing and Transportation Index. Now, this is not nearly as detailed as some of the information that was just gone over in the previous presentation about housing, but it gives you a bit of a snapshot of what the average household in Broomfield and where their household budgets are going to. This is the snapshot from the 2016 plan was actually from data from 2014. So there was certainly a lag in that data. The most recent data that is provided from this organization is from 2019, and that's included here. So you can kind of see these two numbers here and how they're progressing from the 2016 plan numbers, which was actually 2014 to 2019. In the comp plan, I identified that that transportation is essential basic human need that impacts daily quality of life, and the well-connected multimodal transportation system supports the freedom of choice of travel and supports older adults and vulnerable populations that may not be able to drive, afford a vehicle, or have access to a vehicle. And according to the Center for Neighborhood Technology, these costs of housing and transportation should remain under 45% or less of a household income to not be cost burdened. When Broomfield conducted the comprehensive plan, these costs were about 53% for the average household, so well above that identified 45% that the Center for Neighborhood Technology identified. These costs have come down a little bit in the 2019 as a percentage of the household income, but this could be influenced by changing demographics and incomes in Broomfield. Again, it is still above the recommended percent for household income to be considered affordable for what our residents are spending for both their housing costs and for transportation. So as a part of the full picture of affordability, transportation affordability is really essential. The overall trend that the annual cost for transportation is increasing for Broomfield residents from 2014 to 2019, from $13,000 to over $14,000. That is nearly a 20%, I'm sorry, that's not a 20% increase, to almost $14,000 per household. The data also indicates that the average Broomfield is now driving nearly 4,500 miles less per year, and that's a 20% decrease than what was identified in 2014 compared to 2019. We can only assume this may be due to some changing demographics in Broomfield, perhaps maybe a trend towards more older residents that may be driving less, and perhaps not as many commuters as a percentage of the community. The number of automobiles have pretty much stayed the same per household, just under 2 vehicles per household, and the average commute time has stayed about the same, about 26 to 27 minutes Next slide. To further set the stage for the regional context for why regional transportation is important, these next two slides show commuting trends in Broomfield, and that Broomfield is a commuter community. Pre-COVID, 86% of our employed residents left Broomfield every day to work in other communities, primarily Denver and Boulder being those main employment centers, which is no surprise to many of us. Only 14% of our employed residents also work here in Broomfield. And we'll observe how these shift over time with COVID and work from home and telework and how that changes commuter patterns. Next slide. This slide indicates where commuters are coming from every day. Of the employees that work here in Broomfield, about 88% are commuting into Broomfield every day, and only 12% of our employment is a Broomfield resident. These origins are more scattered and come from about 10% come from Westminster, 10% from Denver, 8% from Thornton, and so on down the list. And again, we'll be looking into these travel trends and telework and how that's changing the commuter environment. Next slide. So for US 36 is, Broomfield's been working on our multimodal vision for quite some time. And we began our journey over 20 years ago, working with our neighbors along US 36 to achieve a multimodal vision and created the US 36 Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, also known as the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners. And they've been meeting monthly to go over and to go lobby for transportation improvements, first on US 36 starting over 20 years ago, and annually go to Washington, DC to make clear to our congressional delegation what our priorities are for transportation for Broomfield and for our region. Most recently, Mayor Castriota and Councilmember Schaaf visited Washington, DC in February of this year. For US 36, this study that was conducted back in 2001, the outcome of that was a collaboration and envisioning of studies that pointed to the need for managed lanes, bus rapid transit, a regional bikeway, as well as transportation demand management. Next slide. So starting from that study and that collaboration back in early 2000s, the project was completed in 2016. And is also as a result of the US 36 being included in the 2004 Fast Tracks approved, voter approved plan. The US 36 multimodal corridor cost over $511 million and was funded by many funding sources: local regional sales tax, Colorado Bridge Enterprise, Colorado Performance Enterprise, Transportation Enterprise, federal grants, CMAQ, Service Transportation Programs, Tiger, private bonds, commercial loans. All this is to say it took a lot of effort to pull this together from a lot of different sources, and this was really integral of our collaboration with our regional partners to find these funding sources and work together and work with our federal partners to make this a reality. The result is astounding. You know, from 2016 to 2019, the US 36 corridor saw over 3.3 million riders on that service commuting along the US 36 corridor, shifting from single occupancy vehicles into multimodal transportation. In that year, we also counted over 1,200 cyclists on a single day on Bike to Work Day in 2019. And Broomfield at Commuting Solutions hosted one of the more popular Bike to Work Day sites in Interlochen East Park, second only to Civic Center in Denver, an extremely popular location. In the pandemic, we saw a dramatic shift in ridership. In 2020, we dropped down to about 10 to 15% ridership level as it was before the pandemic. And RTD reduced service accordingly on this service, as well as all the other routes throughout the district. In 2021, it has inched up to 25% of levels, and right now we're sitting at about 28% of the previous ridership. But we're also at about 30% of the daily trips that were available in 2019. Notably, though, the average boardings is what we should take into account. And pre-pandemic, there were 36 average boardings per hour, and now it is about 29. So the service levels, though they have been decreased, they try to provide a level of service to meet that demand. Currently, the FF1 is in service, and which is the all stop between Denver Union Station and downtown Boulder. And there is some limited service to Anschutz on the FF5. RTD continues to struggle with workforce challenges and aims to return service and monitoring ridership when workforce becomes available and also as ridership is increasing. The Northwest mayors and commissioners have been advocating for the return of these service patterns and additional service. And I'm happy to say that those advocacy efforts of Broomfield, along with our partners in the Northwest, have been fruitful, and that we will be seeing some additional service, including the express service between Boulder and Denver Union Station. And this is good news for Broomfield because that really alleviates the ridership on the Flatiron Flyer 1, where it's very full. So there's overcrowding situations. So the bus will be a bit more comfortable for those that are boarding between Broomfield and Denver. Additionally, there will be an additional route between Anschutz Medical Campus and Broomfield. And so we're happy to see that some additional service is being provided there. Next slide. So in addition to the infrastructure improvements to the highway itself, first and final mile is absolutely essential. How do we support people getting to and from the station without a vehicle? And multiple plans were identified in the US 36 first and final miles to support access to the station. And Broomfield has been actively working on a lot of these elements, including the US 36 bikeway wayfinding signage, which was completed several years ago, as well as the bike and ride shelters for secure long-term parking. RTD opened one of those shelters last year, and with the support of the Broomfield Transportation Forum, supported DRCOG TIP funding to support constructing the remaining 3. Those will be under construction later this year, open for early service early next year. In addition, the Broomfield CIP team has advanced several critical capital projects that remove barriers such as underpasses, overpasses, and removing major barriers, and such as the US 36 bikeway realignment project in Frank-Vara Park. There was a substandard section of the bikeway that was dangerous in some situations, and that wasn't vastly improved. Sheps Crossing over BNSF connecting Midway Boulevard to US 36, and a trail connection from Colorado 128 to the US 36 bikeway all have been completed. Currently, we have several projects in design to support first and final mile access, including Industrial Lane Phase 1. This is to connect from Sheps Crossing to Nickel Street. This is under construction right now. For those of you that may have driven down Industrial Lane recently, may see the construction in progress. This will be open in time for Summer Bike to Work Day this year. In addition, we're in design for several projects, including the second phase of Industrial Lane connecting from Sheps Crossing all the way to Flatiron Station, and the Industrial Lane and Commerce Nickel intersection, as well as 112 Avenue. All of these leverage local dollars to go farther with the DRCOG TIP funds and Safer Main Streets funding. And we're also really pleased that we've secured additional funding that is going to be approved by DRCOG later this month for Airport Creek Trail Underpass under the BNSF. So all of these projects coming together, really helping support removing barriers and accessing the US 36 bus rapid transit station. Additionally, the first and final mile study recommends shared micromobility and transportation demand management strategy solutions. And currently Broomfield is participating in 2 studies with Commuting Solutions to explore the feasibility of a B-cycle expansion to Northwest communities and a regional transportation demand management plan. Next slide. Moving on to the Northwest Rail Corridor, the other component included in Fast Tracks. The corridor was originally envisioned as a 41-mile corridor with 6 stations, with 1 station in Broomfield and 1 at Flatiron Station. The corridor is planned, or was originally planned for diesel multiple units, requiring double tracking and sharing BNSF with the operations of up to 55 trains per day. Some updates recently, as we know that RTD cannot deliver on Northwest Rail on the timeline as planned, but it has been included in the DRCOG Regional Transportation Plan. And that is really key because it's actually identified that this project will be moving forward in the future. In a parallel project effort, the Front Range Passenger Rail Alternatives Analysis identified the Northwest Rail alignment as a promising ridership potential. And in 2021, 2 pieces of legislation passed, both with the support of Broomfield Council, to allocate for funds for the Front Range Passenger Rail to continue the next level of study, and allowed for the Front Range Passenger Rail District. The district began formation at the end of last year and is recently has submitted to the Federal Corridor Identification Program for federal funds to support the next phase of study and development. So this is something that we're watching really closely. the Front Range Passenger Rail project in parallel with the Northwest Rail project. Next slide. The Northwest MCC has advocated since 2017 strategies to phase in implementation of rail, including a lower cost peak service plan that was identified in the RTD Northwest Area Mobility Study. So instead of the full 55 trains a day, what can we do that's a lower cost to get started today? And the intent is to provide a startup service with minimal infrastructure to keep capital costs low. And the proposed operations is 3 one-way trains in the morning and 3 one-way trains in the PM. So coming down from Longmont to Denver in the morning, and then 3 trains returning back to Longmont in the afternoon. And last year, RTD kicked off a 2-year study. Next slide. The goals of this study conducted by RTD include providing an updated engineering plans and cost estimates to determine the feasibility of peak service, and determine what the requirements will be for operations, estimate capital and maintenance costs, and also identify feasible locations for a maintenance facility in Longmont. The other goals include designing in a manner to not preclude the future build out of Northwest Rail or Front Range Passenger Rail, and coordinate with BNSF, and also to explore partnerships with local agencies. RTD has done some initial outreach in January of this year, and we'll be seeing some more additional public outreach later this summer. And Broomfield is actively engaged with RTD on this, and it is important to note that also Front Range Passenger Rail is a part of the process. Next slide. Next, I'll move into the other corridors that Broomfield is focused on. So back in 2014, when RTD realized that the Northwest Rail would not be delivered on the timeline as promised to voters, RTD conducted a study called the Northwest Area Mobility Study as a response to the delayed implementation of Northwest Rail. RTD conducted the study and identified several key corridors. Colorado 119 is the highest priority to connect Longmont to Boulder, because Longmont has not seen any benefit from the Fast Tracks plan. So that is something that the Northwest communities did rally around in trying to support multimodal options to Longmont. Colorado 7 is next in the priority, followed by US 287, and includes phasing of Northwest Rail as previously discussed. It also identified reversed managed lanes along I-25 between US 36 and Denver for bidirectional commutes. And a key remaining Fast Tracks commitment the council should be aware of is that there is a second parking structure that is promised in the Fast Tracks plan at US 36 and Broomfield Station. Next slide. So moving into Colorado 7, and as mentioned, Colorado 7 is a high priority for Broomfield as well as the Northwest mayors and commissioners. And it spans over 25 miles from Brighton to Boulder with 8 jurisdictions. And Broomfield has helped establish the Colorado 7 Coalition in 2014, expanding the scope of the NAMS vision that was originally a vision to connect Boulder to Broomfield and I-25. But Broomfield helped expand that vision to extend all the way to Brighton, connecting our neighbors to the east. Next slide. Since 2014, the Colorado 7 corridor communities have been working really diligently since the NAMS completion. We've been really busy doing studies, done 2 planning environmental linkage studies, BRT feasibility station area studies. And beginning in 2020, we finally secured some funding to actually put pen to paper for pre-construction activities, as well as developing a corridor development plan that will be guiding the implementation for the implementation of the corridor. Next slide. So some quick stats here. Over 49,000 new residents, 38,000 new jobs on an average of 37% increase in traffic, with over 50 to 60% on the eastern end of the corridor. And again, this is the whole corridor cumulatively of all the communities. This is an area of intense growth over the next few decades. And the intent of the communities working together as part of the Colorado 7 Coalition is to build this multimodal vision right from the beginning. The corridor currently is estimated upwards of 400 million, and we've secured already nearly 50 million so far for this corridor. The mobility hub at Colorado 7 I-25 is considered a separate but integrated project and is estimated at over 250 million. This also includes the widening of I-25 to accommodate the managed lanes, as well as the interchange improvements. So far, we've secured $16 million for this project for an interim mobility hub, which I'll talk about in a minute here. Next slide. I'm not going to spend too long here, but this is just an overview of the entire corridor and the status of lots of projects going on at a very high level of where the current investments of 48 million are going. Some areas are still need some further study, so those are undergoing those. Some have moved into various stages of design, which are the blue, orange, and green circles. And a few areas that are circled in red are construction projects, including some interim projects that are in need of critical upgrades immediately. And the areas highlighted in yellow are planned for pavement resurfacing by CDOT in the upcoming years. Next slide. I'm going to hone in a little bit more on what's happening in Broomfield on Colorado 7. And currently, we have 3 significant projects that we're working on the capital side in coordination with development and activity. So to expand on that previous graphic, zooming in on Broomfield, we have funded several components for pre-construction, including Sheridan to I-25 at Lowell. This was back in 2020. We secured some funding to do conceptual design. We also secured some funding to continue to study concept develop for the BRT station in Broomfield on Colorado 7, as well as supporting corridor management activities that are along the entire corridor, including LiDAR mapping, technology deployment plans, corridor bicycle plans, environmental analysis, and corridor communications. And really, this is to help really kind of kickstart the whole corridor to get it moving and to have some consistent planning for the deployment of technology and how we're going to treat bicycles on the corridor. More recently, we are looking to secure additional TIP funding, and this is expected to be approved by the DRCOG board later this month. So building on that funding that we got in 2020, advancing Lowell all the way to 100% design, begin advancing the Sheridan intersection to 30%, as well as getting a concept design for County Line to Sheridan. So we really will have concept planning all the way from County Line Road at Boulder County, west of Broomfield, all the way to I-25. And all of the above are funded with TIP funds, federal funds, matched by CDOT, local agency, and it really is an incredible value to stretch local and state dollars to advance these design activities. And finally, I wanted to just mention that another exciting opportunity is that our corridor partners, the town of Erie, recently submitted an application for $5 million for Colorado 7. And this is congressionally delegated spending. And we just heard the news actually last night that Representative Neguse wants to support this moving forward. It's still pending the approvals by Congress later this year, so we need to kind of watch it in progress. But I think this was the first hurdle. So really exciting to see some more funding for this corridor supported by our congressional representatives. Next slide. More immediately, next steps for Colorado 7 for capacity expansion between Sheridan and I-25. This effort's highly coordinated with development, Broomfield, and CDOT. Both Broomfield and CDOT are contributing funds, and the developers are also constructing some of these elements so that we can get 2 through lanes between Sheridan and I-25. And the design is anticipated to be complete early next year with construction to begin in next spring. So this is really exciting. Next slide. And as mentioned previously, CDOT allocated $16 million to implement interim mobility hub improvements. And so we're in design right now. We anticipate to be in construction next year and open for service in 2025. And stakeholders are continuing to seek strategies to complete the design to the ultimate. We've been coordinating with CDOT and City of Thornton to do some studies to coordinate with moving the transmission lines, which is what we need for the ultimate build out of I-25 to get those managed lanes in. And we know that's going to take some time and a lot of coordination with the power company. So that is something that we are continuing to work on in the background while we're looking for more funding for that. Really exciting. The DRCOG TIP application is looking to be approved later this month and with the support of the Transportation Forum for starter service on Colorado 7 between Brighton and Boulder. This is $9 million in operational service to get this started. And we anticipate that the service will begin opening in 2025 once we get that interim mobility hub open for service. So there will be a connection to the I-25 services. Next slide. Moving on to the North I-25 update, I just wanted to remind council that this is something that we're still monitoring is the implementation of I-25. For Broomfield, segment 3B is the number to know about. And this is the segment in Broomfield and Thornton between Northwest Parkway and Colorado 7 is currently unfunded as well as the interchange. And this is something that we continue to keep an eye on. A key update here is that CDOT and HPTE reviewed an unsolicited proposal from a private company to complete the managed lanes. After a lengthy review process, CDOT rejected the proposal and does not agree to have the highway constructed by a private entity in return for collecting the toll revenue from the managed lane. So this is something we continue to monitor with CDOT. You know, how do we keep moving forward for consistent managed lanes along North I-25? CDOT is moving ahead with safety improvements along I-25 between 84th and 104th Avenue due to the advocacy of the North Area Transportation Alliance, also known as NATA, that Broomfield is a part of. This section sees much higher than average collisions, resulting in injury and fatalities, as well as congestion and delay due to crashes. And CDOT has prioritized this work and has begun scoping this out due to the advocacy and our coordination and collaboration. Next slide. Other NAM studies, 120th Avenue is another one of those key corridors identified in the Northwest Area Mobility Study. And this is something that Broomfield has taken on to continue moving that forward. Right now, we are in the middle of a multimodal and safety study with CDOT. This is underway and we have public outreach planned for May with the first phase of study completed later this year, likely this summer. 120th Avenue, we are also working on some immediate improvements to construct side path infill, make some accessibility improvements to some of the transit stops. And this was all funded through the CDOT Safer Main Streets project back in 2020. So we're really looking forward to getting that in construction by next year and completion in 2025. Next slide. And finally, US 287 is our other NAMS area corridor. Yep, here we go. And that's between Longmont and Broomfield. And Boulder County has really taken the lead on this, and Broomfield is a partner in these efforts. Currently, Boulder County recently completed the US 287 BRT feasibility study phase 1 and is continuing to find opportunities to keep that moving forward. Additionally, they have kicked off a Vision Zero study that you may have seen some of those engagement efforts. And US 287 is expected to follow in priority after Colorado 7 is the next highest priority corridor. And so that is a summary of some of the current efforts that we have. I certainly didn't cover everything in the memo, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant. That was a lot of movement, a lot of information, and I appreciate you trying to condense it for us. So does any member of council have any questions or comments? Well, you really were thorough, Councilmember Lim.
I had a question about the Northwest Rail. So for the benefit of a resident who took the time to come to the study session this evening, he asked the question, can you explain why the statement was made that the limited runs that will be made if this Northwest Rail ever goes forward to 3 back and forth would be necessary to keep the cost of the infrastructure low? The resident was presenting to me that it seems that the cost of the infrastructure would be there no matter how many runs were made per day, and that it could actually be more cost efficient. Then it would make sense to just go ahead and run 55 or whatever, like they originally said. Could you explain that?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Lim. This is a great question that I could expand upon. So the 55 trains a day would require a complete double tracking of the BNSF Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad in order to allow those operations to occur. So that is a significant cost since most of the facility is single track with sidings. Working with RTD and understanding our desire for a phased implementation of Northwest Rail as the Northwest Area Mobility Study outlined. They worked with BNSF and identified they could do 3 round trips a day, and that would be at minimal cost for additional trackage. What we are looking at right now is potentially 4 additional sidings that may be needed. Of course, in addition to the station platforms, and RTD's intention would be to build those platforms. We'll understand the costs and the feasibility of the platforms, and also build just some basic park and ride infrastructure amenities, not the full build out of the entire parking lot, but just what would be needed to support those initial operations.
Okay, thank you. My question, I attended the February 2nd RTD open house, and as noted in the memo, I found out at that time, that they're going to use diesel, they intend to use diesel trains on these tracks. And that was my comment that I submitted in my card, believe me. And you point out that any of the other corridors use EMUs. So is this a done deal? Is this a subject of conversation still in this planning, or what?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. So the original Fast Tracks plan was assuming for diesel multiple units. The reason why is the current technology for electric requires overhead catenaries. And there are multiple structures along the corridor that would make it infeasible to continue the overhead catenaries. I'm not sure that the conversation is over with RTD. Technology is changing. And I do know that they have heard loud and clear, not only from policymakers up and down the corridor around this, but also through the public outreach, that there is a desire for electrification of the system. So I think that with the peak service, I think they're assuming that it will be diesel at this time. But for the full build out, there may be potential opportunities to continue these conversations with RTD as the technology changes, assuming that overhead catenaries would not be needed in order to provide that.
Okay, great. And I guess reflecting back on the housing demographics that were discussed. So if we have an increased population of seniors, disproportionately in Broomfield, how do you see transportation planning reflecting that?
Thank you. This is a great question. So we do have an upcoming transit needs assessment. This is funded through the DRCOG TIP. And we are actually looking forward to getting that IGA from RTD very soon, hopefully in the next few weeks, and hopefully bring that to council for approval subsequently. So we can begin that study to assess the transportation needs in Broomfield for all populations, including our older adult population now and into the future, and how we can meet those needs.
Okay, and of course, we are all happy that the Flex Ride is expanding north. That's one step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Me too. Councilmember Shav.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Sarah Grant, for the informative presentation. It's always great to see all of this stuff combined. It's also fitting that, council is hearing transportation and housing on the same night, especially as these are so connected. And I appreciate staff's continued efforts to unsilo, that's probably not a word, but, de-silo, I don't know, these departments so that these are more integrated and they work across departments. You had presented the from 2014 to 2019, the Broomfield household transportation costs have increased, yet the vehicle miles traveled have gone down, while the minutes of travel have increased slightly. And I'm just curious, with those dollars, it's surprising that the dollars have increased. Is that just due to inflation? Is that due to just in terms of dollars between 2014 dollars and 2019 dollars? Or so can you tell me a little bit more about what's going on there?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. I don't have all the details on that, and I can dig in a little bit more, the Center for Neighborhood Technology and their methodology, but I can only presume that that could be a factor in those costs, even though the mileage is going down.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm just curious if that's really increasing or if the dollars are, staying more stagnant. So Broomfield, and this is kind of where that housing and transportation really lie is that 88% of Broomfield employees live outside of Broomfield. I'm curious, you know, if we can look at this back to a certain point, but I don't know how far back we have that data and how much that has changed since Broomfield became a county. Do we have data back into the early 2000s in terms of that that kind of commuting pattern and commuting percentages?
Great question. I do not know if we have that data available. I do know that more recently that we have better and better technologies to be able to better understand travel patterns, and those technologies were not available back in those early 2000s. So they may be more based on, you know, survey data, maybe things that aren't quite as accurate as some of the tools that we may have today due to technology.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, it would be helpful information, especially as we continue to see that number increase, right? We have more people, more Broomfield employees living outside of Broomfield, and we have a higher number of Broomfield employees working outside of Broomfield. So those percentages continue to increase, and it would be good to start to understand why, you know, what's affecting those. Could be housing, but it could be other factors as well. So finding out why those trends are continuing to increase, and then also if we have information to go backwards to understand that better as well. The last question I have is around State Highway 42. So you know, over the years I've seen this State Highway 42, and it finally jumped out at me today. So I'm curious, because this is connecting both Colorado 7 and 287, what are we looking to accomplish there on State Highway 42?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. So City of Lafayette and the City of Louisville have taken on Colorado 42, and they're just in their initial planning efforts to look at that corridor. I do understand that this initial corridor will be looking particularly from, you know, Colorado 7 into the City of Louisville. 95th being that intersection point between Colorado 7 and that particular Colorado 42 facility. So there could be interlining of that with the station that's planned at Colorado 7. The Northwest Area Mobility Study actually calls for the Colorado 42 to terminate at the US 287 Colorado 7 interchange, where a superstation is being planned, and we have secured some funding. I didn't mention it in my presentation, but it's a part of the package of projects. Initial planning efforts for US 287, Colorado 7, to look at that superstation and how it can support both Colorado 7 operations, US 287, and ultimately future the terminus of the Colorado 42 service.
Okay, so there's some goals of State Highway 42 in terms of NAMs, but then there's also the piece that Louisville and Lafayette may start to adjust some of those things as well as they continue to go through that planning. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. So they're taking the lead on that particular planning effort for Colorado 42.
Okay, all right. I look forward to further understanding this in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. The upcoming needs assessment that's gonna be done, I'm assuming that that's gonna like look at all these numbers post-COVID and update, you know, the percentage of leaving Broomfield, coming into Broomfield, to get a better understanding of what we need now. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Marshall. We will, with the new planning effort, look at new and fresh numbers and data.
Okay, and I was just looking at the graph of the slide of the cost, as Councilmember Schaaf mentioned. What year was that based on? The last data we have on that? The cost in miles and that kind of thing?
Yes, so the Center for Neighborhood Technology, the update was in 2019, which they posted in 2022. So they posted the data in 2022, but they acknowledged it was data that was lagging from 2019.
Do we know when they're anticipated to update those numbers?
We do not, but I have noticed that they're on about a 3 or 4 year cycle for those.
So imagine a lot of the cost is probably car payments and such. And I mean, I can see a lot of people that if they were working, two car households might go down to one. So that would in fact impact the numbers. And then do we know what kind of industries people are working in that leave and come to Broomfield for work? Is it more professional type jobs? Is it service based? We have that data.
I'm not sure if I'm most qualified to answer
Okay.
that. I think Jeff Romine with Economic Vitality may have better answers for those. We could follow up.
Okay. That I think was all I had. So. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comments or questions? I have a couple. So the first thing, Senate Bill 21-260, that was passed 2 sessions ago. That was supposed to solve a lot of transportation issues or help, communities. How is that benefiting Broomfield?
Absolutely. Great question, Mayor. So SB 260 has supported lots of new funding into transportation. So specifically, some funding has been coming in through the Multimodal Options Fund, which has been funneling into the DRCOG TIP. So some of those projects do include the the Airport Creek Trail Underpass that will likely be, Multimodal Options Fund, the Colorado 7 Starter Service that will be funded. That is supported through funding through SB 260. And these are all more recent projects. Colorado 7 for the project elements that are qualified for multimodal and air quality. So intersection capacity improvements, such as the ones at Lowell and at Sheridan, can be supported by these funding sources. Additionally, SB 260 has spun up a lot of new enterprises, and those are still getting spun up right now, mostly through the Colorado Energy Office. So we're going to see a lot of funding coming in for electrification, for micromobility, including e-bikes for low-income workers. And they started a pilot program before SB 260, and they're really planning to supercharge that with that. So all that to say, I think we're going to still see a lot coming forward out of SB 260 because these enterprises are still just getting their feet under them right now.
Well, that helps explain it, because I was talking to Senator Faith Winter about our RTD woes, and she said, well, I passed 260. I don't know why none of that money's coming to Broomfield. And I was like, good question, I'm going to ask. So I see that it's more conceptual, right, at this point, and future projects and some, I don't know, studies.
Sure. So yeah, so the enterprise funds, they have to set up those functions with their boards and how they're going to expend those funds. But like I mentioned, there are some more immediate projects that have been funded that have been able to support multimodal and air quality eligible type projects, such as the Colorado 7 Starter Service, the Airport Creek Trail Underpass, as well as improvements to improve operations at congested intersections.
What is the Colorado 7 Starter Service?
Yeah, so good question, Mayor. So in the DRCOG TIP, the forum approved application that Boulder County submitted on behalf of all the agencies between Brighton and Boulder. The starter service will start in 2025, connecting Brighton to Boulder with not bus rapid transit level service, but starter service. We're looking at about 30-minute headways all day, connecting Boulder to Brighton and at the I-25 mobility hub. So that will start in 2025, and we have 2 years to start up that service. So we have between now and 2027 to figure out how we're going to keep that service going beyond that.
Because it's not funded for more than 2 years? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Okay. All right, well, that's helpful. I mean, I didn't have a clue. My other question is on page 12, it's on Northwest Rail Fast Tracks. I was reading in the status that, and this was unbeknownst to me, that prior to the Fast Tracks election, RTD's board passed a hold harmless resolution, providing assurance that any reduction in improvements would be shared by all corridors equally. And this has not been honored by RTD. So how can they just not honor their resolution?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if I have an answer to that question.
Ms. Rogers?
I haven't looked at the exact document you're talking about, but just going off the terminology you just used, it sounds like a resolution and an intent to try to achieve a goal, but I don't know if that would be a legally binding hold harmless statement like we see in contracts.
Can we find out?
Sure.
Thank you, because I do think that we haven't been held harmless. And we all know we're giving them 14 million a year for one bus route.
Mayor, if you have something in an email, if you could forward it to me. that
Oh,
would
it's in the
help.
memo on page 12.
Page 12, thank you.
Yeah, under the Northwest Rail Fast Tracks. I just, a lot of this is coming up right now with the land use conversation and knowing that these pieces work together. I still, I'll hold out hope, but just the way that I've seen it handled in the 6 years I've been paying attention, I'm a little bit skeptical. So I just wanted to clarify that, if they're not going to honor their commitments for this, I see some feedback on the land use bill saying, well, maybe it's from the county commissioners acting together that maybe there's a do no harm clause, right? And I'm like, sounds nice, but if people don't honor it, then it's not really going to help us from any harm. So that's how it was relevant. Well, that's all I have. I thank you so much for all of your work and continued involvement and advocating for Broomfield, Sarah. Ms. Grant.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Our final agenda item this evening is an overview of the 2023 Neighborhood Traffic Mitigation Program. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Yeah, so it's again, my pleasure to introduce Bryce Hammerton, traffic engineer for Broomfield, who honestly, I probably didn't work with traffic engineering much, especially early on in my transition to the city manager's office because of COVID. And it's been my pleasure to work with Bryce. Bryce has done a lot of great work. He's been a great addition to CCOB. So I just wanted to mention that, of course, with leadership from Katie. So
I would
Bryce,
like to
it's all
second
yours.
that. Bryce, you are so responsive and your ability to handle the deluge of traffic inquiries it's admirable how you're always on top of it.
Well, thank you, Abby, and thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I guess we'll get started here. My name is Bryce Hammerton, City Traffic Engineer, here to talk about traffic mitigation. Next slide. So our current program was presented to the Broomfield Transportation Forum on September 9th and December 2nd. We did implement minor changes at that time. Next slide. So just starting out with a quick review of the program, starting with the process, we will receive a concern, usually from a resident, collect data, evaluate data, and then if our criteria is met, we will propose a treatment and perform neighborhood outreach as needed. Next slide. And as I mentioned, we do have minimum requirements before installing traffic mitigation. That being 500 ADT, and ADT is average daily traffic. The 85th percentile speed has to be 7 miles per hour, and the 85th percentile speed is the speed at which 85% of vehicles are driving at or below. For locations adjacent to schools, parks, or care facilities, we drop that requirement to 5 miles per hour. And if there are 3 correctable crashes in a given year, we will automatically meet the requirements. The neighborhood support requirement is 2/3. Next slide. We have 2 types of treatments. One, education and enforcement treatments. We do not require neighborhood support for those treatments. Some examples of those are signage and striping, police enforcement, neighborhood education, and speed radar signs. And the second type of treatment is engineering treatments, which we do require neighborhood support for. These might include speed cushions, traffic circles, or medians. And if our requirements are met, either type of treatment can be implemented as appropriate. Next slide, please. So for our current outreach process, we require that within 500 feet of the mitigation device, residents to be notified of the plan and given a survey card. 2/3 of the responses that we do receive need to be in favor of the plan. And also 100% approval of those homes that are directly adjacent to the project. If the neighborhood responses are not in favor of the plan, we can either go back to the drawing board and propose a new plan, or the project can be closed out. And then after an approved 2/3 response, the project can be installed. Next slide. So not all neighborhoods support these engineering treatments like speed cushions. An example is on Trails Ave and on Daphne Street. We proposed speed cushions on both of those roads, and on Trails Ave, the neighborhood was overwhelmingly in support of speed cushions, and on Daphne Street, they were not. So our current practice is giving the community a voice in how this process goes, and it also ensures that we do have support for the project before installing. Next slide, please. So looking at a 1-year period from May 21 to May 22, we received 36 complaints. This is pretty close in line with the annual average of 30 to 35 requests. 4 locations in that time period met our old requirements. This was before the changes that were made in December. Spyglass Drive, First Ave, Trails Ave, and Sixth Ave. On Spyglass and First, we installed speed radar signs and saw a reduction in speeds of 1 to 2 miles per hour. On Trails Ave, we installed speed cushions, saw a reduction in speeds of 4 to 6 miles per hour. And on Sixth Ave, we just installed flex posts and are currently evaluating. Next slide. So as I mentioned, in December 2022, we made some recommendations and changes at the Transportation Forum. A summary of those is here. We lowered the ADT requirement to 500. The speed threshold was kept at 7. The lower threshold for schools and care facilities was kept at 5. We did add parks to that lower speed threshold that was previously not included. The neighborhood support threshold was kept at 2/3, and we did add flex posts to the pilot program. Next slide. So since those December 2nd changes through the end of February, we studied 5 locations. 2 of those locations met their new requirements. Highland Park Drive, I would note, would not have met the old requirements, but being adjacent to a park, it did meet the new requirement. Neither of those locations, Highland Park Drive or 124th, met the public outreach requirement for speed cushions. So instead, on Highland Park Drive, we installed speed radar signs. We have gotten some positive feedback from the community on those. And on 124th, we put that project on hold, awaiting results from a different project. And we will continue to monitor this to see how many meet the new criteria. Next slide. So this is a matrix showing varying thresholds for ADT and speed and what that would look like for Broomfield. So the top line is our old criteria. The biggest change is the 1,000 ADT. The highlighted line is our current criteria. And at this point, the number of locations that would have met the criteria in that 1-year period increased from 4 to 6. So it was a slight increase for that 1-year period at least, but not ultimately too significant. The bottom 3 levels show even further ADT and speed reductions. And at those levels, there's a significant increase to cost and also additional staffing. Next slide, please. So now we can talk a little bit about our safety philosophy. And this whole thing came about, there was a question at one point about lowering speeds from 25 to 20 in Broomfield's residential neighborhoods. Fortunately for us, Boulder recently tried to do something similar called 20 is plenty, where actually they did exactly that. They dropped it from 25 to 20. And basically what they found were that severe crashes were not decreased. They ended the program to focus more on arterial street safety. And some metrics behind that decision. Their residential streets account for 54% of their street network and only 11% of their severe crashes. And their arterials account for nearly 65% of their severe crashes. So basically what that is telling us is that as speeds increase, crash severity increases exponentially as arterials are typically higher speed than our residential roadways. Boulder also determined as part of their study that to actually achieve 20 miles per hour speeds, significant cost would be needed to install physical traffic calming in almost every residential block. So what that's telling us is that there's not always a way to engineer irresponsible driving or intentional speeding. And comparing those metrics to Broomfield, our residential streets account for 80% of the network and 11% of severe crashes, including 0 deaths in the last 5 years. Our arterials account for 12% of the network and 74% of the severe crashes, including 7 deaths in the last 5 years. And then there would also be a cost to change out all of those signs for Broomfield, which would look like about $195,000. Next slide. So our staff recommendation is to make no additional changes at this time to the program so that we can focus our resources more on those arterial roadway projects, but still allowing us to have a meaningful impact on those most problematic local roads. And for the speed threshold, 5 miles per hour is a reasonable expectation for vehicles on the roadway over the speed limit. And the 7 miles per hour that we do have set is in line with other agencies and does allow us to allocate those resources appropriately. So yeah, that is it. Is there any questions or discussion on that?
Well, let's find out. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Harrington. Councilmember Marshall. Owens next.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick question. The Flex Post pilot, has that been completed?
We installed them. The pilot includes additional speed study that we were planning on doing this summer, and as well as additional outreach. I will say I have heard quite a lot of negative feedback from the community so far, but yeah, we will continue that pilot.
What sort of negative feedback?
Yeah, a few things. They're too high for one. They're ugly. They're a little bit tight. So people, need to slow down when they're turning, which is part of the point of it. But that's one thing that we've heard too.
We know what the results from other communities that have done those. I know Denver has them in several locations.
Yeah. So we have not reached out to Denver. That's something that we can definitely do. I actually used to work for Denver myself and was a part of some of that installation. But yeah, we can see what other communities and their experience with that look like.
Now, what the flashing crosswalk signs, where are those used? Or like for residential streets?
Yeah, so those are called rectangular rapid flashing beacons, RRFBs. And we will install those based on guidance from the Federal Highway Administration. There's some good guidance based on volume, number of lanes, speeds for when to install those. Most residential streets, we would not install rectangular rapid flashing beacons. They're lower volume roadways, lower speeds.
I'm just trying to think where I've seen them. There's one over over by the park to the east of or west of Highland Park.
A good location for where rectangular rapid flashing beacons would be appropriate is Midway, right out in front of this building. So up Spader and right on Midway in that block between Main and Sheridan. The volume, speed, and then the presence of a median in some of those locations makes our RFBs a really appropriate application.
Is that the same thing as the one that's at Perry and 124th next to this Mountain View Elementary School? Is that what you're considering that beacon?
Perry and 124th. I'm not sure what's over there, actually.
It's the where you push the button and it.
Oh, and it flashes?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that would be a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Yeah.
Okay. Explain to me the thinking more in detail on the 2/3 requirement for neighborhood support and the absolute veto of the adjacent property.
Yeah, so this has been part of the program for quite some time. Yeah, going back years. So that, I guess that's the first thing. The second piece is when we're doing something that could potentially be controversial, it feels nice from my perspective, at least, to be able to say we have an overwhelmingly support from the neighborhood before doing something like that. And if we don't have it, like Highland Park Drive is a good example. If we don't have that support, then we go back to the drawing board and we look at another solution that might be better.
But couldn't that support or the not support just, could someone say that it's just those residents don't want to be inconvenienced by having to slow down and that gives them then a veto over safety?
Yeah, it very well could be.
And do you know why Boulder and Longmont, I mean, Boulder doesn't look like has that requirement at all and Longmont is only a majority.
For the outreach?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can reach out to them and find out exactly why that is. But yeah, if that's something that we feel like needs to be lowered, like I think we're definitely open to that.
For me, I do think, I understand the 7 and 5. I do think that is too fast, in my personal opinion, and from the comments I've received from residents as well as, for example, the PTO at my kids' school, the concerns on Perry Street specifically. And they're obviously happy that that's going to be going in, the cushions over there. But I do think that it's too high, but I do understand the cost associated with that. And that's a more of a long-term conversation. For me, I would like to move to a lower standard for the neighborhood outreach at the very minimum, at the very maximum, a majority. So that's where I stand on that. So I'd be interested to hear my other colleagues' impact on that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for featuring Trails Avenue because I'd requested that one because I have my finger on the pulse of my neighborhood, 90%. And I can answer Councilmember Marsh Holson's. I think you had 2 flex posts up there initially, and within days they've been run over and there were just little sticks left. So, but I'm glad to see it is slowing people down because there is a park right near that location and a lot of kids bike through there on their way to Westlake and use your rectangular light to cross Westlake Drive through the Greenbelt. I had a question about your data. It sounds like speed cushions, which is a lovely word for a bump, are effective, whereas but not popular, and the machines that capture our speed are not effective but popular. Correct?
Yeah, I would still say they are effective to some extent, just not as much as speed cushions.
So if we really wanted to slow people down, we need speed cushions, but they cost more.
They actually cost pretty similar.
Pretty much the same?
Yep.
Because I mean, the speed cushion or the speedometer things, it seems like most people, they like the flashing light and they compare how their speedometer compares to what that's flashing. I mean, I usually get a couple points
Calibration.
in my favor.
And the reason why, most of this stuff is speed radars or speed cushions is because generally, like, as opposed to like a traffic circle or a median, those are more costly than speed radars and speed cushions, which are relatively inexpensive and also effective.
The one suggestion I would have is that the flashing lights you put on the medians themselves. I know on Midway, they're on either side, but not in the median.
Okay.
And it's, sometimes you're looking at the person in the median, or that's where the person is. But just the one thought, I had one question on your data on the, the crashes around arterials. Is that mostly, I assume, at intersections?
Yeah, yes.
So it's our inability to turn left.
Most crashes are at the intersections, yes.
And is that largely people running red lights?
Yeah, it varies. Actually, the largest crash type is rear ends. So the more often we have people stopping on a corridor, generally increases crashes, as rear ends are by far the most typical crash type.
Well, my question was, it just, the one thing that isn't really in here is responses police, which is probably the more expensive, though probably more effective. If there's a police officer sitting there, people will respond even more effectively. But I assume that costs more, because I know it just at my anecdotally on trails and Lowell, people run the red light all the time. And I probably should ask for some police enforcement, because I always stop and I wait a couple seconds before I enter Lowell, because I know invariably someone's going to run through the red light. So I don't know how much police response is calculated in as an answer, or is it just not cost effective to have more patrol?
If there is like I guess for speeding in general, if that's the route that we want to go, which on some of the lower volume roadways, we do tend to go that way. We'll work with the police on it. We have bi-weekly meetings with them, and we'll bring up any problem corridors, and they obviously can't stay there at all times. But they do try to do their best to help us out on any of those concerns.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you. I'm slowly fading. I've been awake since 3 a.m. and I'm getting up at 4:30 tomorrow morning, so I might have to leave here soon. Thanks for all of us and listening to the council members and everyone who's, in the transportation forum and really talking about traffic mitigation. I would like to also agree with council member Marsh-Holshen in regards to that threshold of being in support of change and 2/3 change. And then also, I just wanted to know just some data points when we're looking and determining that there's a documented traffic crash of 3 or more that's correctable. Does that traffic crash also include bikes and pedestrians as well, or just 2 automobiles?
Yes, it does include bikes and pedestrians.
Okay, perfect. And is there, what's the reason behind that, or what brought us to that data point versus like 2?
So yeah, 3 is generally in traffic engineering in general. 3 or 5 are typical thresholds that are used for varying treatments. So that is my best guess as to where it came from. That number was inherited by me, but that's my best guess. In the METCD manual on uniform traffic control devices, for installing stop signs, various warning signs, 3 is kind of the number that's used for crashes.
Okay. I would like to just know a little bit more about like what's coming from behind the 3. And then I'm wondering, and I realize this might not be as analytical and it might be more anecdotal. However, I do feel that sometimes, and I know this part isn't in our jurisdiction, but where we have Dillon hitting 287, we've had a lot of deaths there. So even if we've had like 2 crashes there in a year, I feel like the severity of those is pretty, that's alarming to me. Like I wouldn't wait if that were my jurisdiction. I wouldn't be waiting for like the 3 happening in a year, because that's an additional 1 too many deaths than what the first 2 are. So I would like us to look into why the 3, and if the severity of the crash and the speed is a factor there. And then I do like the fact that you must do a lot of outreach to a lot of different people. And I appreciate that. And I like that on the back end of certain like areas. I do wonder if we could put this mitigation program out to the community before we even make a choice on this. So it seems like we didn't receive, I looked in the correspondence folder and we didn't receive any correspondence on what we're looking at tonight. So I'm curious if we, I guess I wouldn't say this. I say that I would love to see a more robust discussion on what we're discussing tonight so that we have more parents involved, more community involved. And then, instead of giving them 1,000 choices, say, hey, here are some choices, that we can choose from. Because that number that I saw on that next level was pretty vast. I want to say it was like 130,000 to 600,000. That's a pretty big jump right there. I would like to move further if I could, and then just look at the numbers. If we bumped up lower speeds, I believe we kept the schools, but then we started dropping the parks and the other facilities. I'm forgetting that part of the slideshow, but I would like to see us kind of, give people more options. If we move forward and we're going to incur more costs and the why, but to have a more robust conversation and maybe put something on the Broomfield Voice or have an outreach meeting and those sorts of things. So thank you.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim, and then Leslie.
Yes. In the data that you included from the other communities, I only saw, it was Jeffco and Longmont that had the percentages that were different. Like as Councilmember Marshall pointed out, Longmont only needed 51% of the neighborhood's approval of the speed mitigation. I didn't see any listing of this veto power that one person on the block has in Broomfield. Is that correct? That there is no other community that has this one person can veto the speed mitigation?
I do not know the answer to that. I can confirm that if there is a desire to look at that point more in detail.
Yeah.
Member Lim, I'm going to ask Katie to come up. She might have more information for you. Sorry, Katie Allen, our city and county engineer.
Yeah, Katie Allen, city and county engineer. So in terms of veto power by one person, I think I just want to clarify that if the resident is not in favor of having the treatment right in front of their house, we just shift it to a different spot where the person might be okay with it. It's not, I don't think we've ever been in a situation where we just give up. I can't think of a situation where we weren't able to find a spot on a street.
That's different. Okay, that's different than I understood from the information in the packet, so.
No, yeah, that is absolutely correct. And in fact, on going back to the Highland Park Drive example, we were pretty close to meeting the public outreach to install speed cushions. However, one of the neighbors was where we were making the proposal was not in favor. So I was prepared to send a new proposal with that speed cushion to shift it to in front of somebody's house who was in favor. Before going the route of the speed radar signs. But however, we didn't meet that 2/3 requirement, so we didn't end up getting to that point.
Okay, well, that sounds a little more reasonable than giving one person veto power and giving up completely on the necessary speed mitigation, okay? And I've had experience that, thank you, recently with some resident requests on Sheridan off of Broadlands with some investigations that you've done. So thank you. What prompts your follow-up? So we're being told that a resident complaint prompts the initial investigation. Do you automatically do a follow-up, or is it only prompted if the resident requests a follow-up?
Do you mean after the
initial
installation, or
no, after? Okay, this was on the Sheridan. Okay, so the resident asked for an initial investigation, and then the resident contended that you weren't monitoring it at the proper time of year because of the park traffic coming off on the Broadlands. And so, I mean, do you normally do any kind of follow-up after an initial investigation, or does a resident have to ask for that?
Yeah, so we generally have a feel for the hotspots, I guess, where we will do yearly investigations or studies. And then in terms of the question of maybe it wasn't the right time of year, that's happened before as well. And typically we'll hear that in a response, and we're definitely open to doing a new study at a different type of year for whatever reason it might be. You know, maybe there's soccer practices for the summer season and the traffic study should be done then, or whatever the reason might be. Yeah, we're definitely open to doing that.
And then I had a broader question. I mean, if these investigations are all prompted by resident complaints, I mean, is there anywhere where it would be, the technology would exist to generate the investigation based on police reports? I mean, if there's a certain number of traffic accidents at a certain intersection, if there's a certain number of traffic tickets given in a certain area, couldn't that data just feed into, from police reports, feed into traffic, and boom, you do an investigation?
Yeah, that's a good question. The highest crash rates that we're seeing are typically at the like major intersections of two arterials, like 144th and Sheridan. So given that those are typically at intersections and major arterials, for many of our residential streets, we don't see any crashes. If there was a trend and we did see that, we could definitely go ahead and yeah, do our own study, do a staff initiated request, so to say.
Okay, I mean, it's interesting. The process seems to put the burden on the resident complaint as it's presented, and that's a curious way to do it if the technology were available otherwise. That's my.
Go ahead, Katie.
Councilmember Lim, good question. I just want to make sure we're talking about neighborhood traffic mitigation where we don't have accidents typically. So these are just people concerned that they're speeding cars on their street.
Okay.
And that's the program that Bryce was presenting tonight. Certainly, we are always collecting data at intersections and looking at those crash rates and making recommendations for capital improvements related to traffic safety outside of the neighborhood traffic program.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Leslie.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to unmute. I just wanted to thank Mr. Emerson. He worked with some of our neighbors here in Anthem Ranch and installed a couple of signs, electronic warning signs on Lowell Boulevard, which we think has already had a positive effect on the speed and the noise of the traffic going, particularly over the expressway or the toll road. So I just wanted to thank him for his help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Leslie.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
All right, thanks, Mayor. I'll try to keep this short. So traffic circles, of course, you're speaking my language, love them, but understand the costs associated with those. So, you know, flex posts, on the other hand, much cheaper. And the verdict is out whether or not the residents around 6th Avenue love those or not. But I'm getting a lot of comments about them and wonders what they are. So they're definitely catching attention and probably, hopefully in a good way. I'm curious about the 5 to 7 mile speed limit. So before I was on council, I went on a ride along with our police officer and asked them about our speed limit and said, you know, what is the appropriate, and I see our police officer out here. So what is the appropriate speed that we should be driving on our streets? And the answer was, well, of course, the speed limit, which was news to me, right? You know, because I always thought the appropriate speed limit was anything under 5 over, and asked the police officer, well, how fast do you drive when the speed limit is posted at 25 or 30 miles an hour? And the answer was 25 or 30 miles an hour, what is posted, and that's what's appropriate. So for me, I've always taken that back, and that's how fast I drive, much to the chagrin of my wife and my kids even. You know, I tell everybody that that's the speed limit that they should drive. So I'm curious, with the 5 to 7 mile over, it seems for a lot of population that it makes sense, right? You drive 5 miles over, it's, you know, right in line with what, you know, is standard knowledge, but it is faster than what the speed limit is. So, you know, my thoughts have always been, if you lower that speed limit, then you understand that people are going to continue to drive 5 miles over that speed limit. So that would take care of it. But I understand that there's a cost associated with that. So maybe that's not the right angle. But on the 2/3 support for traffic mitigation, this is definitely where I start to look at the nooks and crannies of this, because if somebody is traveling that 7 miles over that speed limit and looking at that mitigation and what is needed for that, in some of these areas, you know, with a 25 mile an hour posted speed, they're traveling 30 miles over that speed limit. And so that starts to, you know, impact those residential neighborhoods. So looking at a project like the Daphne, where there were 8 against the mitigation and 4 in support, you know, this is not my Daphne, which I said to Councilmember Lim. You know, this is a different Daphne. And so I'm curious, within that surveyed area, what is the population that we're talking? And is the what, 12 people that responded, is that representative of that area?
Gotcha. Yeah, so we simply just follow that 500 feet rule. And typically, I guess the assumption is we're not expanding outside of that neighborhood. Like for the one on 124th that we did, it's not like we're going across Lowell Boulevard. Yeah, to get outreach for that. So assuming that the homes in that neighborhood are representative of that particular community, then I think that would be a fair assumption.
Okay, so if we look at that 8 and that 12, would you say that with that particular one, that was representative of that? Or do you think that was such a small population that potentially that wasn't representative of that entire neighborhood?
Yeah, so basically, like, why did not that many people respond to that one? Whereas something like Highland Park Drive, we had 90 responses. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't say.
Okay. Yeah. And I guess that's where I start to look at that 2/3 and I say, well, if we only have 12 people out of 100, I don't know what the number of surveyed in that area, it doesn't seem representative. And I would assume that many of those people probably didn't even know that there was a survey going on, that many of those people probably complain about that area and wish there was some type of mitigation, and would be baffled by the fact that, you know, 12 people spoke on behalf of that greater population. So I guess my first question is, how do we ensure that we get more turnout to that survey so that we have more people that are responding? How can we as council members help with that process so that we can get people to respond, whether in support or in opposition? But and not to wait, you know, to skew that, but just to help people become aware of that.
Yeah, so I guess what we currently do, which I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but we send a card directly in the mail to everybody's home. And we give them the option. They can email me, call me, they can bring the card in to the office, they can scan the card and send it in, mail it in, whatever they need to do. The information on how to do that is all listed on the card. So yeah, in terms of like trying to get more people to respond, I suppose we could try to hold like a neighborhood meeting or something, but I feel like we do give people the option, and they do have plenty of ways to be able to get back to us. They don't need a phone. They don't need to have to use a computer. There's options for them.
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to continuing to see how these changes that have been made recently start to affect us in a positive way, and continue to interact with the community to see how these are positively impacting the neighborhood. traffic mitigation. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief here, but I felt the need to chip in for 1 second. I do appreciate everything that you're doing, I guess, number one, and you guys are doing a great job. And I'm not a traffic expert, so, 99% of the time, I'm going to defer to what you guys think is necessary and needed in our community. And I urge my colleagues also to do that as well. Unless you are a traffic expert, in which case, let us know. Just to chip in on the 2/3 thing, I am in favor of that. I think it's actually a good idea to get the consensus of the neighborhood if you're going to make a change like that. I think that if you can't get the consensus, that is actually an indication that it's not desired or needed in that neighborhood. And I would always defer to the wants of the citizens in that neighborhood, and significantly if there's a majority of them or more. And, going to Councilmember Schaaf's concerns over the lack of response. My assumption would be, this is just based on experience and somewhat based on being on an HOA board for a long time. Usually no responses means that everyone's okay with what's going on in the community. So I think it's safe to, again, this is just my opinion. You could argue with it if you want to, but it's my, been an experience that if you're polling, you're not getting any response because people are dissatisfied. I think we see that actually in city council as well. We hear from people when they're upset. If things are going well, you don't hear from them at all. So I think low response is actually a good indication to me that people just don't find a problem. If there's an issue and the citizens in an area are concerned, I think you're going to get a high response because people are concerned about it and they're going to let you know. So my 2 cents.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, and I will keep this very short. I just want to give a little feedback, and I do support staff's recommendation. Because we can always visit this later. I appreciate all the insight that helped clarify a couple of concerns I had. And I just want to add that, Councilmember Leslie and myself, we've been involved with the community. There's the Lowell Boulevard where he was discussing the improvements that were made there with the signs, and also throughout Anthem between PRA and Thunder Vista. And I gotta say, we were alerted by the residents, but it may be the only thing I can think of differently is to, in other cases where the council member is not aware of it, to maybe bring us into the equation so we can be there, helping the residents work through it. I want to add to that on Lowell Boulevard, this was what was so alarming when those residents were, raising those concerns was, this is for my colleagues, because that there was actually a car clocked in that study at between 71 and 75 miles an hour on Lowell Boulevard. And there was several at 60. And that's what is it? There's 45, I think. And I really think that, since those signs were put in and people see the speed and it starts to flash, I think that seriously changed their speed, the habits. And also all along Public Creek Parkway, I've seen a significant difference since those signs went up. So it's to say these signs actually do work in those specific areas. And I appreciate the responsiveness as we brought concerns forward, and hope that continue. I'm sure that will continue, and just if there's anything we can do to help when there's a concern in the neighborhood that people don't feel like is getting enough attention, but we've fared well. So thank you.
So Councilmember Anderson, I'm just going to jump in a little bit there, and just you and I live in the same neighborhood, so we hear a lot of the same concerns. I think what we would prefer is at least an opportunity for staff to engage with the residents to try to mitigate the issue first. The only reason I say that is because, again, like me, I'm not a traffic engineering expert. I go to Bryce to find out hey, what's going on? We had a similar situation just come up with a concern up in Ward 5 where council members passed that along to us, and then Bryce worked directly with the residents to resolve. But to your point, if we start to see some themes up there, I think that's where then we could have a bigger conversation, because it might be a policy conversation. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate the trust you give in staff to let us try to mitigate those issues first.
Yeah, I should say, I think that we just brought them forward. So it's we didn't try to solve them. We're just raising concerns that, hey, the discussions are happening, and it was solved. So.
That all? Any other comments or questions? Well, I agree. I think the system works and I appreciate your expediency and efficiency in addressing the issues as they arise. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all of our staff for tonight's discussion. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. There being no further business,